Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, May the 5th, Cinco de Mayo. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Yes, and you can see my screen. Excellent. Okay. So, guys, yeah, I took a short of this VERU this morning. Excuse me, had a huge parabolic move. Had some news, phase 2 data. I'm gonna watch it for a while on the 2-minute chart. Saw it do this. So I thought, okay, you can take this short. You can put a fairly tight stop on it. And in this case, it worked out. So I took the short, what was it, about 11.20, covered most at 10.45 right down here, and waiting to see if it's going to pop up or if it's going to break down. So that is a little short for me in the pre-market for VERU. See, now we know why COCP was going down, guys. Remember yesterday, if you were in the room yesterday, we were watching this one right here. We were watching it right here. This is the 15-minute chart. Looked like it was going to break out. And all of a sudden, we had this candle, and we had the continuation down. And so, yes, they did announce the financing this morning at $1.54. Yeah, $1.54, 40 million. The only interesting thing is that Wainwright is the ones behind it. So fairly big heavyweight. So anyway, I think they took 40 million at 154. And the other one we were watching was Reed. Wondering if this one would have a little after hours action. Didn't really have any after hours action. And then this morning, they announced the financing at $1.18 a share. This is the one that I'm going to be paying attention to, guys. ESPR. The ESPR earnings play. Look at this gap down. It's bouncing a little bit. Look at this massive gap down. The next lows looking left are back in about 4 years ago. So there's really not that much support for ESPR. It's an earnings play. And yeah, it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. How many? Let's just see. A couple 100,000. So that should be okay if I do want to short this one. But this could be an all-day shorter. Least earnings after hours. There's that mauve area, and it's continued down. So there is ESPR. IBIO. IBIO, I guess they've settled some kind of a lawsuit. IBIO settled a lawsuit that happened after hours. You see the big pop after hours, 179. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, so if you see CHMA, they're being bought out. It's a buyout, but it's a stock transaction. CHMA being bought out by AMYT. AMYT. Don't think there's that much volume. Yeah, not much volume. So they're being bought out by AMYT, and it's all stock transactions. So as the fortunes of AMYT go, so do CHMA. ATNX is an earnings play. Yes, sorry, it is an earnings play. Released earnings. That's interesting. They had a reaction. You know what? Yeah, I'm not sure if this is an earnings play. I mean, we have it on the 6th. We have it tomorrow, pre-market tomorrow. Yeah, so it looks like they are buying somebody. Snapsup's Kur, K-U-R Therapeutics for $185 million. So this is more of a buyout of a company. And then plus, I guess they have earnings tomorrow. So that is for the ATNX. Lyft and Uber. A couple of earnings plays, guys. Lyft and Uber. LYFT. Let's take a look at what they're doing. Lyft. So Lyft released after hours yesterday. And kind of holding. And Uber, I believe, released this morning. Yeah, so they released this morning. STLA. This looks like this is an earnings play. STLA. So when I saw this, they said they're the fourth largest car maker in the world. I couldn't figure out why, but I guess this is the merger between Fiat Chrysler and I'm not familiar at all with this French company, PSA. Maybe they've got something to do with Renault. But anyway, STLA. This is an earnings play. Not very much volume yet. I don't trust Koifin, the dreamer. I don't trust it anymore. I went out on a limb for them yesterday and I got slapped. HAWY, HAW, I get it right. HAYW, HAYW. This is an earnings play. Not familiar with these guys at all. This is an all-time high right now. Not very much volume yet. But that's a big gap up. I mean, that is a massive gap up on not that much volume. But yeah, I don't know anything about these guys. I know I could read about them, but pool equipment, all right. Why not? Yeah, Rocket, the reason, it hasn't done anything. RKT really hasn't done very much in the spree market. The only reason to pay attention to it, of course, is that back in these days, not these days, right here, back in this day right here, this is one of the Reddit stocks, guys, one of the Wall Street Bet stocks. So will they take a look at it again today on earnings? I don't know. So that's the only, because it hasn't done anything. But it appears it is an earnings play. Though, I don't see it in the news headlines on our news headlines, nor do I see it in Interactive Broker. So I don't know anymore now. May the 5th, pre-market. That's in theory. I mean, it did have a move here. So it's just surprising to me that usually IB will have something about that. Position and range. Just, okay, let's find one that... And Mercy, Mercury Systems. This is an earnings play. Now this is being slapped down hard. Now look at this, down 20%. So for instance, if you look at this bar right there, the position in the 5-day range, it's right at the end here. That means it's at the low of the 5-day range, the low of the 20-day range, low of the year range, low of 3 months. Not quite at the low of 20. Of the 2-year, you can see a sliver of white there, and it's about midway in its lifetime range. So that's what these bars are all about. Okay, there's a sort of at a glance you can tell where they are. Position in range here is the days range. So for instance, if you saw the bar right over almost to the right hand corner, that would mean it's almost at the top of the day's range, as an example. All right, now ESPR is actually bouncing a little bit here. So, I mean, my absolute bias is short, but you never know. I mean, it's only, what is it? Well, that's a big bounce. I mean, the low was 1673, so it's at 1810 now. So that's a pretty big bounce. So Well, anyway, we'll have to wait and see once this market opens, see what happens. That's definitely one of the ones I'm watching though. ESPR as a short. All right, I want to quickly look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. All right, now we have a few upgrades, not as many downgrades. Let me just get them in. I see WOW here. I saw WOW yesterday. Take a look at it. And I also see that Under Armour has been upgraded by a couple of by Barclays and UBS at earnings yesterday. Take a look at that to see what it's doing. Just a couple more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. And now I'll get the downgrades in. Just a few more to go. And I see Stifel is downgrading ESPR. All right, there we go. Some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. My thoughts on Snap. Okay, so had earnings last on the 22nd, so that's passed. I don't know really what to say. I mean, the only positive thing is that the sellers tried to knock it down all the way down here to 52, and the buyers at least took it back up to 55 and are trying to hold it here. I mean, that's all I can say. Till the market opens, you're not going to know. You know, had a rally at the end of the day, but a lot of stocks did that, I think. So if you're looking for earnings reversals or something like, I'm not sure I know exactly what you mean, but I mean, you can always just create a symbol list of the stocks that had earnings yesterday, but it depends what you mean by yesterday. I mean, if you're talking about yesterday after hours, and those are the stocks that are going to be in play today. If you're talking about stocks that were the sort of the earnings plays of yesterday, okay. Look at this HAYW. So for instance, I mean, these are the earnings plays today, okay? These are the ones that released either after hours yesterday or pre-market. You know, here's an example, Big Five, Sporting Goods. Okay, in fact, that's a big one. Okay, so this should be added to the list. Well, if it's after hours if it's after hours, then what you want to do then is create a symbol list and put 0.75 in the min and 0.75 in the max, and that'll just show you the stocks that have had earnings after hours. Then you can, take those stocks and put them in a symbol list and track them the next day. I'm not sure why you want to do that, because this does it. I mean, this in essence is doing that, but it's up to you. Okay, I'm just looking at see if anything else is this STLA. Yeah, so MPS, everything is in here, okay? Just click on my homepage tab and then click on my link. There's my link, and everything is here in the scan section, okay? Click here and earnings up, earnings down. So yeah, but in this market, I just, it's hard for me to go long anything right now. I mean, it's just all about shorting tops and continuation down plays. For me, that's all. I'm not talking anybody else, but that's what I'm looking at. It's a nice gap though for BGFV, a very nice gap, though it's starting to fade a little bit here. Forgot to mention DPW, sorry. DPW was right at the top of the list of what I had, but it's pulled back quite a bit, 375, 321. Okay, that's a big pullback. Preliminary, this is what I don't understand, because it looks like they had earnings on the 16th, but now they're talking about preliminary Q1 revenue guidance up, etc. So and that was the news this morning for it. Really nothing to do with BTX. I thought maybe BTX was moving also, but because seems to be reported that they have a 9% of BTX, which of course here's BTX, which has had a mercurial rise. GM, guys, GM, old school GM earnings play. Look at GM. BGFE. Yeah, I'm talking about this one, the gap continuation or reverse. Okay, Jeff, one of the scans I'm sharing. Just have to click on my homepage tab or the tab and click on my link, go to the scan section, and it's called gap continuation or reverse. Yeah, this is a danger. This is, I mean, look at this. I mean, this from after hours and this morning has not really budged. Didn't see Tupperware. Let's see Tupperware. TUP. Yeah, it's up 8%. Yes. Well, I mean, it's got, here's the 200-day moving average at 2640, so it's not that far away. What did it get to? You got over that. Got up to 27. Now here's Hertz, guys. I'm mentioning Hertz. This is Hertz on the pink sheets. Hertz. Think about what I just said. Hertz on the pink sheets. What a world. All right, guys, so I'm going to get ready for the open now. I'll give it another minute before I minimize these windows. As always, these are the windows that I use in the pre-market. And I'm sharing them. So I use the pre-market actives up and down and the gap up and gap down. These are the 4 windows that I use in the pre-market. Yeah, this is actually a nice break here now, guys, for UAA. I had earnings yesterday. Let's remind ourselves what the reaction was. So it had earnings before the market opened yesterday. The initial reaction was really good. I mean, look at this pop. Again, that tan area right there. And then it started to slide and, kind of chopped around and then recovered a little bit at the end of the day. But look at this. So, I mean, the high yesterday in the pre-market was about 25, 27, or almost there. So the next highs looking left are about 2770-ish, maybe 2780 on the monthly chart. PRPO. What do you want me to say? I mean, obviously it had 2 great days until yesterday. I mean, it had a tremendous sell-off. I mean, right there, 917 all the way down to 5. And the sell-off looks like it's continuing right now. So nothing, I mean, a lot of volume, but it's selling off. All right, guys, I'm going to minimize these windows here. And if you want to follow my watch list up and down, from the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and My Watch List, Barry's Watch List. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout, so before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Nothing will happen in these 2 windows until at least 9:45 by design. You'll start to see some alerts here right when the market opens. I do like to wait for about 15 before I start trading. All right, we have 1 minute till the open. UAA on the move, guys. Boy, BNTX, guys, look at this move. I know it's a little more expensive than, but BNTX did a bit of a drop yesterday, trying to come back a bit, BMTX. All right, guys, market is going now. Market is open now. Well, if you put it in auto mode, it will But listen, you're new to trading. Don't auto mode it, okay? UAA, okay? The alerts you'll get automatically. You can take a look at them. If you want to trade it, you can manually do it. It's not the end of the world, okay? If you have to wait a bit to enter an order. But the alerts come automatically, nothing for you to do. All right, so let's see what's happening right off the bat. So we've Macy's, guys. Macy's, what a nice day it had. Well, 2 days ago it had a nice day. With the rest of the market seemed to fall off a bit, but look at Macy's. I mean, if Macy's can take out 18, I mean, look at the room it's got. Obviously, I'm all out of the VERU, guys. It's pretty whippy right now. I'm all out of my short. There's a big topping tail. Maybe looking to get back in, depending if it took out that 1021, I may get back into that short. Wow. Well, it happened, but I don't like to trade in the first 15 minutes, so just one moment, please. All right, HAW, yeah, HAYW, Hayward Holt. Look at this. You know what? I mean, I thought when I saw this one, I thought it must be a very low float, but it is not a low float. $250 million in the float here, and this is on earnings. It's just ripping. This is shortable for me too. I mean, at some point, this is not going to continue. Yeah, I don't, excuse me. Yeah, I think I forgot to mention Clovis. I know it's on the watch list or what I posted. Yeah, Clovis, it's actually an earnings play. Trying to come back though. Look at this. It's only down 4 cents now. At one point, it was all the way down to $5. Now it just went positive. CLVS just went positive. So that's a big reversal. Yeah, this thing with DOGE, pretty amazing. Okay, a lot of volume coming into Mind Medicine, MNND, a lot of volume coming in. This was sort of anticipated when it went to NASDAQ. But there was a run up before it got the NASDAQ listing. Since the listing, though, it's really done nothing other than fall. Well, that's a big topping tail. I'm not in it but anymore, but this is a big topping tail for VERU. Big one. And we have, well, we had a halt right off the bat. We had this one halting yesterday a couple of times, TYHT, and it just resumed. We have McAfee, MCFE, halted. Little, not that much volume, but that volume, of course, will pick up. MCFE. I'm sorry, it resumed. I'm sorry, it was halted right at 9:30. And this one from yesterday, TYHT. This was halted a couple of times. There's the high yesterday. Takes that out. Who knows? I mean, stick an alert there. Takes that out. It's not shortable for me, TYHT. Now we have U.S. Steel, which was very strong yesterday. Apparently put in a bit of a downturn. Let's take a look at what the markets are doing. So the Dow is just slightly positive. SPY is up a little bit. Tech is up a little bit. Market's putting in that first red bar. Boy, that hurts. ATNX, guys, ATNX on the move here. Excuse me. So I want to call this an earnings play. I mean, I have to call. I mean, it says May the 6th pre-market, but I mean, the way it's acting, though I think it also, yeah, they also bought a company called KUUR for 185 million. So far the market's reacting pretty well. Huge gap, as Zach is pointing out. You know, takes out that 610. Look out. I mean, really look out. What's the float? It's not a low float. Not crazy high, but it's not low. 75 million in the float. All right, well, my premise about ESPR was so far not correct. I thought maybe this would hold this area here and continue down as a potential all-day short, but not yet anyway, unless it really reverses here. This is it's an earnings play. Look at the gap down. Really no support for 4 years, so I thought that might be a good one as an all-day short, but as we speak, not yet anyway. Now this one could be interesting. Holly Frontier, HFC, this is an earnings play. And this has the look. You know, if it keeps continuing like this as a potential short, it's an earnings play, HFC. EAF. Look at this one. This is an earnings play. Man, this is an earnings play also. Didn't see this in the pre-market, really. Didn't really do anything in the pre-market. Market opens, and look at this big red candle down. What do I think about a Playboy short? Well, I mean, it's had a life of its own. I mean, from that IPO, it's been astonishing. I mean, it had a pullback 3 days here. You just have to wait. I mean, I can't predict if it's going to really pull back right now. Yeah, it's down 2%, but you need more information. I think you need at least 30 minutes to see where it's going. Look at MUDs, up, down. First 15 minutes can be injurious to your health. So, I have a bunch of thumbnail charts, other monitor, and virtually every one of them is down. That's even better, IRAPs. Look at Hertz go. I mean, boy, for highly speculative. I mean, I know what the rumor is. Somebody will rescue them from bankruptcy, or they will emerge from bankruptcy somehow. Halted on the way. Wow, this one halted on the way up. It's had some wild action, guys. I mean, look at the last 5 days. The last 5 days. All right. Well, CHMA is tied to, what's the price of, where are you? CHMA tied to the price of AMYT. So what is AMYT doing? AMYT. Okay, so a bit of a pop for AMYT. AMYT is buying CHMA in an all-stock transaction. So if you want to play this one, I'm not saying to play it, but you have to be watching that other stock to see what its price is doing. All right, another wild and woolly one, guys. BTX. Look at the candle it's putting in right now. Look at the volume coming in. BTX. This has been a crazy one for a few days now. Low float, 35 million. Look at IBIO. So they had the news after hours yesterday. Some kind of a resolution of a lawsuit. Yeah, lawsuit resolution. So that was the big pop for IBIO after hours yesterday. It's a big float. You've got 214 million in the float. But obviously the market's reacting well so far. Coming into the 200-day moving average. I'm not saying it's going to stall there. This is not shortable for me, unfortunately. I would, this 200-day moving average for IBIO at 199 could really stall it. Now, of course, it may just pop right through it, but CAR is an earnings play, KAR earnings play, and this is through the 200-day moving average. Hardly any reaction pre-market. Had released earnings after hours yesterday. There was a reaction. Pre-market, there was hardly anything happening. And now, once the market opened, though, look at KAR. All right, we have a couple of gap up and goes. United Airlines. UA, Under Armour, UA. Yeah, this has more volume, the UAA as opposed to the UA, but they're both obviously they both look the same in terms of a breakout. Yeah, lumber liquidators. This is a gap down and go. This is an earnings play. It's interesting because everybody talks about the incredible increase in lumber prices, but for whatever reason, this is an earnings play and not so good. Now this could be very whippy. I've traded this one before, so it can be very whippy. Let's take a look left, what the next low looking left is, and that's 22. I would have to let this take out 22. Well, guys, CHMA just rippage here. Severe rippage. Severe rippage. RHE is just got unhalted. It is resuming. Yeah, I didn't look at the earnings release for LL. All I keep hearing about though are lumber prices are, gone up 25, 30, 40%. Wow, this ATNX guys, I mean, yeah, look left, 615 is the next high looking left. If it can take that out, it's got a high short float percent, 17%. Not, it's not a low float, 75 million. Not crazy high. So just put your alert here. Put your alert just over 6 for ATNX. And look at muds. Been whippy like heck. Look at this. Got all the way down to 1739. Back up, pops up $1. Again, the first 15 minutes can be very challenging to trade. Well, guys, moment of truth now for Lumber Liquidators, LL. Man, CMHA, that other stock must be moving higher. AMYT must be moving higher. The answer is yes. So, AMYT is buying CHMA and it's an all stock transaction. So when this moves higher, so should CHMA. Yeah, I don't think in terms of targets, Joe, but just look left look left on the monthly chart. So you've got the next highs looking left, 2772. I mean, that's the next area of potential resistance. So I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that's all I look at. That's not what I consider necessarily a target, but where I consider that there could be some resistance. But UAA on the upgrade definitely has performed well. Lumber Liquidator, guys. LL, can it take a 22? We're just waiting on Lumber Liquidators, LL, to see if it can really crash down through 22. Yeah, it's pretty spready right now. Okay, excuse me. RYAM is another earnings play. This has some room too. On the way down, the resistance or support looks like around 690 or so. So it's got a little bit of room. It is an earnings play. Not a heck of a lot of volume. All right, guys. Well, that's why we wait. Okay, I was waiting for a 1664 break for ESPR, but this is obviously just bouncing well. ESPR still down 23%. Another one that bounced very well is CLVS off earnings. Look at this run. Man, I mean, this was down here, $5. So it's tacked on about $1 from the lows in the pre-market. Look very bleak. So this is a pretty good gap up and go for Tupperware TUP. Active. The original alert was right there at 26.97. So we're at 27.35 now. All right, I mentioned this one right back here, NMRD. So this is having a day. And a lot of volume came in that first 15-minute candle. More volume coming in, and it just got halted. NMRD. And MUDs, man, oh man. So, taking Tops private, or public, sorry. Tops public. So if you have the AI, you'll notice I could not get it. Sugar. I could not get the LL. It broke, but but it went down too quickly. Let's see if it comes back up. Spread actually wasn't terrible. Son of a gun. Yes, it was Ajit. Yes, it was on the morning scanners. Yes. Boy, keep an eye on it. It's not shortable for me. INTZ. Sugar. Not shortable. Not shortable for me. INTZ. This is a gap down and go earnings play, but it's just not shortable for me. All right, this is maybe a gap down, a gap up and reverse for STLA. Well, good for you. Somebody got the LL. I laid it out. Just unfortunately, and it was pretty whippy even after that, but it just got a ton of room underneath. Yeah, meanwhile, NMRD, this is still halted. Yes, it's still halted. This is going to go crazy. I mean, this is a low float, 8.8 million in the float. So, I mean, it's already gone crazy. It's at 40%. And I'm just watching some of the crypto plays like Riot and Coin and Mara just, moving down. Now, for those of you who actually took the LL, just be careful. I mean, this can be very, very crazy. Spread is not great still. There's the pre-market low, way down around 20. I mean, that'd be an amazing area that it could get to. I'm not saying it's going to, of course. Nah, I'm not in this again. I'm Looking to re-short this one. This is the one I took in the pre-market, VERU. Shorted it up here around 11.21. Covered a lot down here around 10.44. Covered the balance in this area. Was looking maybe to re-short this, but got a little distracted. Look at this. This is phase 2 news, guys. Excuse me. Give me a moment here. All right, let's take a look at other things. So the VERU, so that showed up on the gap up and reverse. That's what it's doing. It gapped up and reversing. All right. I'm loving this scanner. I'm actually waiting on this STLA to see if it takes this out. This could be a short for me if it takes this out down here around 1750. It's just sort of paused right now. Yeah, XP definitely a big winner from the AI, guys. I don't trade that. It's through the 200-day moving average. Earnings play. It'll be active all day. Yeah, in fact, now that I have a bit of a captive audience, I'm just going to talk briefly about the test drive, okay? My links are working today, so guys, yeah, a little happy Cinco de Mayo to all our friends from Mexico. So the test drive, you click on that test drive link that I just put in. Starts on Monday, guys. Getting cool. Wow, we're Wednesday already. So test drive, $8.99 for up to 2 trading weeks. That's 10 trading days, okay? Up to. Up to meaning that if you can start on the 10th and end on the 21st, then you'll have 10 trading days with our premium service for $8.99. If you can't start on the 10th, you can only start on the 11th. As an example, you'll get 9 days. I want to make it crystal clear. You do not get 10 days unless you can actually go from the 10th to the 21st. If you sign up, what you're doing is right now, you're pre-registering, all right? You'll get no data, live data, until the 10th. That's Monday. We start getting data at 7 in the morning Eastern time. However, a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday, you will have access to the program so you can play around with it for the balance of Friday plus the weekend. And if you do that, if you're going to take the test drive, I would really recommend that you take a look at the 20 lessons. All right, it goes over all the basic features of trade ideas. Meanwhile, NMRD just opened and it sounds like it is screaming higher. Yes. So this will be the crazy one today, or it is the crazy one today, up 64%, among other crazy ones, but this is so far, the craziest. Look at this gap. Now, that test drive is also open to those of you who are standard subscribers and you want to try our AI, the Holly or our premium service. There's more in the premium service than just the AI. If you're into backtesting, you want to backtest a strategy that you have, you can do that. We have 20 charts instead of 10. But the main reason that people want to take a look at our premium service is for the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. But here's what's happened so far with the AI. These are the alerts that have come in. And did it get halted again, NMRD? Not yet. NMRD. So you can't see my screen, Brett. Okay. NMRD. Yeah, happens every now and then. So if you have the LL, don't be afraid to take something off, guys. I mean, oops, too many L's. Oh, I'm sorry. It's still moving down. I thought this was a pop-up. Man, oh man. So where I'm looking here, I mean, unfortunately, I just miss getting it. But my satisfaction is if other people were listening to me and I laid it out, that little break underneath 22. Yeah, so yeah, the SPY's putting in, so the first first three candles are all red now. So the Dow's a little bit down, SPY is just a tad up, and Tech is just a bit up. So looks like we could be in store for another red day. Ah, I missed this one. RYAM, another earnings play, and it is a gap down and go. So the alert was here. You can see the blue arrow. That's where the alert happened. So it did pull up a bit. Not a bit. It pulled up quite a bit. And then you wait for it to happen again. And now look at it. RYAM. Boy, all I'm seeing on my thumbnail charts, my other monitor, is just a bunch of big red bars. This is what I'm talking about. Bunch of big red bars. That's crypto, of course, but Riot, Coin, Mara, VLDR, Twitter. Which makes sense when you see what the market is doing. Which gives me a little pause on the STLA. You know, it's not moving down with the market. It's an earnings play. It's not moving down with the market. So, sugar. This is definitely a nice one from that gap down and go. Ah, well, okay, Brett, and don't forget to take a look at the 20 lessons, right? Get prepared for it. Well, actually, Lily, the AI had a fantastic day yesterday, but okay, good. For the 20 lessons, good. Well worth it. Yeah, Ajit, I do recall your calling COCP yesterday, though. That was not, I'm sure, what you expected. I don't know if you got hurt on that one or not. All right, you're making me look at Peloton. Now, look at Sabre from yesterday, SABR from yesterday, in somewhat collapse mode. They had earnings yesterday. Got a pop. All right, so this one, just put an alert up here, guys. ATNX, put an alert around $6 and see if it takes it out at some point. May not happen today, but if it ever took it out, I mean, look at the potential fill. ATNX. I had it thumbnailed, Sam, from yesterday. Okay, so it's on one of my monitors, so I had it on watch. All right, OMI, what are you doing, OMI? Yeah, this is an earnings play, guys. On the way down, look at the gap underneath. Holy smokes, yeah, you're right. $26 or so is the 200-day moving average. No idea this was going to happen. I mean, look at the pre-market. Looked pretty good, reasonable. Released pre-market earnings. But it took for the market to open. We see this a lot. Market opens and splat. It says phase 2 for Veru. Zach is saying phase 1. It does say phase 2. Phase 2. Sorry about the caps. Had the cap locks on. All right, this SLCA had earnings on the 30th. Big reaction, bad reaction to earnings. Trying to come back. This is a gap. This is a gap down and reverse. A gap down and it's trying to reverse. Man, there's the low yesterday, 1261 for Sabre. I gotta put an alert there. If it takes that out, I mean, there's nothing stopping it. Again, this is the second day continuation down on earnings. The next low looking left is way down here around 1184. So you know, this short from the AI Kala is interesting. Only if it, for me anyway, if it can take out 6. It's an earnings play. KALA. Oh, look at this one, MRC. MRC, what sort of room does it have on the monthly chart? 1188. It still has some room on the monthly chart. Great break on the weekly. Great break on the daily. I don't see any specific news for it. I can't get into this one now. RYAM. I'm too late. There's a nice gap down and go though. Here's another one, guys. Another gap down and reverse. SPWR. It's another earnings play. Notice how active, remember I said during earnings season, we're going to get a lot of activity. And this is what's happening. You're getting stocks that are gap up. And look at this one, PVAC, as an example. Look at this daily chart right there. Taking this out, look how much room it's got. It's an earnings play, PVAC. Very low float. 15 million in the float. It's not trading that much, but it is an earnings play. And this has had just, you talk about a gap down and go. Look at Clovis. I mean, this is their press release, okay, on earnings, okay? So reports 11% drop in Q1 sales as the virus hits their Rubraca sales, etc., etc. I mean, revenues come in at 38, 44, on and on and on. And so you would not have been able to predict this run off that. At least I couldn't. Here's AMBO, guys, AMBO. So the education stocks, this is China education. So let's take a look at WAFU, W-A-F-U, see what it's doing. And WAFU is not doing what, yep, how about the other one? EEIQ, I think, was another one. EEIQ. So AMBO seems to be trading on its own. AMBO is trading on its own as a China education play. All right, guys. Well, you know what time it is. TI Spiel time. So first of all, big welcome to anybody who's brand new to the room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. One more time, going over the test drive that starts on Monday. Now, we used to do these 4 times a year. I'm doubting if we're going to do that again, so maybe only twice a year. So if you've ever wondered about trade ideas, we don't have free trials. This is the closest thing you're going to get. You click on that link, the test drive link. And this is what you'll see. So you can sign up for $8.99. 10 trading days you'll get, May the 10th to the 21st. Up to 10 trading days. If you can't do it for the entire time, you'll get a portion thereof, okay? So just want to make sure that's crystal clear. It's not 10 trading days from whenever you start. Also open if you have a standard subscription and you want to take a look at our premium service for those 10 trading days, you can do that. Also, I forgot to mention the first time, when the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay, there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. If you sign up today, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You will have no live data until the 10th. That's Monday. However, you will have access to the program. Give it a couple of hours after the market closes on Friday, so you can play around with it for the balance of Friday plus the weekend to get accustomed to the program. That's why I'm always saying take a look at the 20 lessons. A lot of just goes over all the basic features. Okay, so that is the test drive. Fast approaching. Now I'm going to go over the information on my home page. All right, so I just popped my homepage link into our YouTube room. Here it is right there. All right, Cal is getting really interesting at break under 6. So there's my homepage tab right here. Click on it. Yeah, it's the same, yeah. Gap continuation or reverse, yes. Okay, just before I start talking about my homepage and all, just a clarification, okay? This is what it's looking for, gap continuation or reverse. It has 4 alert windows in here. One is a gap up and go. What that means is the stock gapped up and it kept going higher. Gap down and reverse meant it gapped down and then is reversing. Gap up and reverse meant it gapped up and then it's reversing. And then the gap down and go, it meant it gapped down and it kept going down, okay? So there are 4 alert windows in here. And that's where that is where RYAM came from. Man, nice alert from that one. All right, my home page. When you click on my home page tab right there, when you click on the link, this is what you'll see. If you can't wait for the test drive, you want to just take out a subscription right now, here's what you can do. There's my promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha 15 off the first month only, or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. We have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. So the annual premium is $22.68 a year minus the 15%, and the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is the AI, okay? I mean, there are other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to have a look at our premium service. You do not have to take out an annual subscription. In fact, I would 100% recommend against it if you don't know our program. Don't start off with an annual. You can always start off with a monthly to see if you like it. Standard is $118, premium is $228. That 15% discount can be applied to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. You can always upgrade and we'll honor that 15%. Okay, so if you upgrade it, if you try us out standard for a month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever, you want to upgrade to annual, we'll honor that 15%. More information, my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. All the scans I'm sharing right here. This is the section, my scans, including the layout that you see. The layout that you see is right here. Remember, it is a layout, so if you have a layout that you've already got up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. If you have a layout that you like, this is why I've separated all, not just the scans that you see, but a lot of other scans that I have created for your viewing pleasure. So you can take a look at all these scans. You can pick and choose which ones you might want to take a look at. Just for your information, gap up, gap down, shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 scans I use in the pre-market to do my pre-market work. And as always, if you load one of my scans and you wanted to change something, and I'll go over that right now. Before I do that, let me talk about the education link. This is the section. The 20 lessons in 20 days. %, recommend that you take a look at these, okay? If you're new to trade ideas or you're going to take the test drive, okay, and this is what you'll see. So if you're new to trade ideas or you're going to take the test drive, take a look at the 20 lessons. Goes over all the basic features. I think it's very well done. You know, what is a top list, building one, alert windows, creating them, all the way down to the introduction to the AI, which we nickname Holly. Okay, so a lot of information here. Yeah, as far as if you're a former subscriber, yeah, I'm sure that promo code will work. I don't get involved in the accounting, so don't quote me on that. But if you take my link and try to apply the discount, see what happens. So more information in the education section. You'll hear me refer to a YouTube room. I monitor a YouTube room at the same time. It's exactly the same as this. You don't have to go there now. They hear me, they see my screen. But at around noon, I do take a break and one of the other traders takes over. So today is Michael Noss, okay? So, you know, when I get into talking about Brokerage Plus and all, if you have a lot of Brokerage Plus questions, today's your day. Michael Noss will be in the room between 12 and 1. And he is definitely our expert with all of this. So you can save your questions up. I will go over Brokerage Plus, but you know, he's way more of an expert than I am with linking to your Interactive Brokers account or your E-Trade account, trading from within, okay? Setting up strategies. So I'll pop that link in before I go on break. Daily webinars. Today is Wednesday. So Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. The reason I say Wednesday, this is the webinar that I attend, I help out on. You can sign up for them all right here. I'm sure this is the next 2 weeks that we will not be having the webinars during the test drive. Educational videos, a lot more educational videos here. And back to basics. If you are new to trading, I think this is a wonderful little 36-part series, starting off with what is a stock, okay? So if you're brand new to trading, I would recommend you take a look at this. Just very quick little videos. And some ebooks that we created. So a lot of information on my homepage. So that my recommendation is that you save my homepage link so you can take a look at all that information later. All the scans I've got there, hard to do if you're just doing it during the trading day. You might not want to do that during the trading day anyway. Plus all the educational links. So save my scan, or save my homepage. All right, now, what is Trade Ideas? If you're new to this room, well, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the market. Most of us are trading the U.S. market. We can scan the Canadian markets, but, basically, we scan the U.S. markets, including OTC, yes. And it doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. That's what we are. We're a scanner. So it doesn't matter who your broker is. And it doesn't matter where you are in the world. Always intrigued by that question. We get that probably 4 or 5 a day. Not a day, but a week. I live in, X country. Can I use your product? It doesn't matter. So this is an example of a scanner. Basic new highs and lows, I called it. If I right-click, configure, summary, this is what I've put together. What I want to see in this scanner are stocks prices between 1 and 20. This is the key metric right here. The current volume is 4. That means it's trading at least 4 times normal. And with some other filters. Doesn't really matter what these filters are. It's just the concept I'm trying to explain. If these filter values are met and a stock makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I'm seeing these. You can tell we're in earnings season, guys. Most of the big guys have already released, but it doesn't matter. We're still in earnings season. And like 3 weeks from now, if you remember about a month ago, I might only get 2 or 3 a day in each one of these. But we were seeing a lot of activity. So again, this is an example of a scan. And I should have gone over this just a little bit more. If you click on the summary, and let's just say, you didn't want this price range. Well, of course, you can change it. You can change it to whatever price range you want. You want to have a different minimum volume or lower the volume of shares. You can, of course, customize it more to your way of thinking. This is what I like to see. Now, we did not, as a company, want people to have to learn a programming language to do all this. So we tried to make it as simple as possible. So what we did is we created these are all the alerts that we have. And when you come to this icon, these icons, these are the filters that we have. So we feel that for the vast majority of our customers, we've created enough filters and alerts that you can find, that you can combine them to give you the type of scan that you're looking for. Okay, for the vast majority. So you do not have to learn a programming language. We have a premium service, which includes the AI. This is what we've nicknamed it Holly. Okay, and I have to do a screenshot of something. Just give me a moment here. Just give me a moment, please, guys. Guys, just give me a minute. I have to talk to somebody at Trade Ideas right now. So just give me a moment, guys. This has been driving me nuts, so I have to contact our support. Wish I. Why didn't I take typing in some years past? All right. Okay, guys. So I'm sorry. I had to send an email off to somebody. Okay, so where was I? So I was talking about the AI, or I wanted to start talking about the AI. Part of our premium service. This is what it looks like. Okay, this is this is why I was getting ticked off because for some reason, I don't know if it's because I'm on a development version, but my column headers change once the market opens and we start getting alerts. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to try something here. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay. Because what I want, okay, Chloe, okay. Okay, what I want is I want all these columns. I had my aggressive profit. I don't know if this is happening with you guys also, but it's driving me crazy. So I just want to okay. Sam, I don't know what's going on with RHE. I have no idea. Okay, there's no news. I don't know. I don't have my crystal ball. Does not go that deep. I'm sorry. If you can't find news, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a little bit testy here, but I have no idea. So in order to see the AI, this is what I would do. I would not do anything else, okay? I wouldn't worry about, what strategies it's coming from, what version of the AI, be it Holly 2.0 or Grail or Neo. All I would do is this, AI/Holly strategy trades window. This is your window. Wait for the alerts to happen. Manage them as you see fit, okay? XP as an example. Still in the trade. I mean, the exit price was 41.89 according to the AI. Does that mean you had to be out? Of course not. And I use it like a watch list. I like the ones under $20. That is just me. Okay, I like to follow the ones. If I could follow it a lot more closely, that's what I'd be doing. I've got a lot of things on the go, of course. All right, now I want to talk about this Brokerage Plus window that you see here. So this is what we call Brokerage Plus. This is an option. It's a feature. You do not have to use it. It's there if you want to use it, okay? If you wanted to trade your account, the only way you can use this, couple ways. First of all, you have to be using our application, downloadable application. If you're on the web-based version, then it's a no-go, okay? You have to be using our application, not the web. Secondly, just trying to get the link. Here we go. Okay, so there is, I just popped in this link here called Brokerage Plus. It has 2 videos in it. The first video shows you how, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, how you can connect to either E-Trade account or to your Interactive Brokers account. Okay, you have to watch the video. Also, if you have an E-Trade account, you have to be using our beta. Okay, so you have to be using the beta. And when I mean the beta, if you click on my homepage link, scroll up to the top here where it says download software, and then scroll down until you see the beta. So if you have an E-Trade account and you want to use this Brokerage Plus window to trade from within Trade Ideas, you can do so, but you have to be using our beta. Okay, with IB, you can use our production version. Just a minute. Okay, guys. So again, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use this window to trade. Very simple to do. You can pick, click on the symbol. The symbol will show up here. You can pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting it, you sell, and if you're going long, you buy. A more advanced feature is if you hover over that trade. Notice that this box pops up with the buying and shorting. You can pick how you want to trade it. This is what we call one-click trading. Again, you want to do this, something like this, an advanced feature. Watch the second video that I put in the Brokerage Plus. The second video shows you how you can do things like this, okay? And that is an advanced feature. All right, now, the other huge reason to use this is as a simulator, okay? So you got to listen to me for about 10 minutes talking about the simulator and money management, okay? Especially if you're new to trading. New to trading, don't start trading with your live account, your real money, until you practice. Can't emphasize that enough. We have a great simulator here, all part of the standard service, all right? You click on Sim, and then you're in simulation mode. And it's very simple to use. It's using our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You click on an alert, symbol shows up, pick how many shares you want to trade. You can pick the price you want to get in at. You can click sell if you're shorting, buy to go long. I mean, it's really that simple. All right, let me demonstrate how you can do something like this. So I wanted to take this STLA, but I wanted to take it on a pullback to this price down here. Oh, that's probably a good price. Yeah, I'm going to do 500 shares. I'm going to show you why I'm doing 500 shares. Okay, it took 500 shares right at 1777. I'm going to put my stop, and here's the whole concept of putting a stop in at 1757, which wouldn't have been a bad area, all right? Because guess what, guys? When you get into a trade, they don't all work. You have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade at if the trade doesn't work. You cannot be obstinate, pig-headed, stubborn, whatever you want to call it, egotistical, let your ego get in the way. You have to have a price that you're going to get out. Otherwise, you'll just get hurt. And so the next step, and that's why you have to practice trading, is, okay, well, how will you know where to get out? And that's where practicing trading will happen. So, what I did was I took a look at this, the low of that 15-minute candle. That's not bad. That's not a bad stop. If I decided that was a bit of a support area, that if it broke down through there, I should be out of the trade. It just happens to be 20 cents away. 1777, 1757. Notice when I added the stop, that red line showed up on the chart. Now again, before you took the trade, you would know where this was, because the next stage is that this will share size you. Because the other aspect is that if you say you have a $5,000 account, you are not going to risk $1,000 a trade. You better not be anyway. Well, let's just say your trades account or your account size dictates that you could risk $100 a trade. So this is how you would share size, because you're not going into every trade thinking, well, I'm going to take 100 shares every trade or 200 shares every trade. How many shares you take should be dictated on how much you're willing to lose on the trade. So in this case, I've got my stop, and I'm also prepared, if it doesn't work, to lose hopefully no more than $100. Now it says 97.50 right there. It's sort of a rounding error. Because why did I take 500 shares? The difference between the entry and the stop was 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into 500 shares, into $100, I get 500 shares. Conversely, 500 shares times 20 cents, if I get taken out for a 20-cent loss, will be $100. Okay, Antonio, I'll try to answer, but let me just continue on. I'm just about done. So if you believe me that you should be putting a stop in place, and you practice and you obey your stops while you're practicing trading, great. Now it's time to trade. You're connected to your live account. Doesn't matter if you're using, okay, you don't have to be using Brokerage Plus, okay? But you have to have a stop. Your broker, if you don't have IB, Interactive Brokers, or E-Trade, your broker will have a way where you can place stops, or at least have a mental stop, okay? Because what's going to happen is the first time you take a trade, you're all excited, and it starts not working in your favor. And it starts approaching your stop, and 99 times out of 100, this is what's going to happen. You won't obey it. You'll start moving your stop down, because you're thinking, well, you know what, maybe that stop was a little too tight, didn't quite get where to put it. Everything about this trade should have worked, so I should give it more time. I'm going to reduce my stop. So you can see where I'm going with this. You keep reducing your stop. So that $100 that you were planning to lose starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 because you disobeyed your stop. And it's the conflict that, the mental conflict within you is going to happen. It was too tight. No, it wasn't. Get out. You had to stop, get out. So how to counteract that? So let's say you've reduced your stop, and now you're down $500. Finally, you give up and you sell, and you kick yourself. That $100 manageable loss turns into $500. So how to do it? Obey your stop. If you're in the simulator, this all works in the simulator. So just obey your stop. If you get taken out, you get taken out, and then you can move on. Okay, if you get taken out, you get taken out. And, sometimes it'll set up again. If you get taken out of this, you might get a setup that is looking like the same sort of setup when you got into the trade. It may happen later on. So, the premise, if it does happen, is that, okay, maybe it was a little bit early on this trade, but it's setting up again. I can try it again. The setup still looks good. Okay, so because commissions are so cheap, no excuse not to get out of a trade because of commissions. Sorry guys, I'm corresponding here. Okay, so when you say about the trade signals inside a daily 5 minute and 1 minute chart, so what do you mean by that exactly, Antonio? I'll try to help you here. I don't know what you mean exactly. Okay, so this is hopefully this is what you mean. So let's say I click on BGFV, okay, at 2275 at 947, okay. All that blue arrow right there, that's the only thing it's doing. It's not a buy signal. It's nothing to do with buying or shorting or selling. It's just telling me there's the candle where the alert happened. Okay? It's not telling me to go long. It's just telling me that's the candle on the 15-minute chart where the alert happened, on the 2-minute chart, and on the 5-minute chart, depending on the time frame you have up. Okay? So this has got nothing to do. Oh, you see? It's nothing to do with. It's not a buy signal. It's just telling you, okay, there's where the alert happened. Wonder what happened afterwards. Okay. All right, guys. I do have to change my headset. Just a minute, please. All right, back. All right, guys. I'm sure I've missed a whole bunch of great little setups, etc., but it's just the way it is. So I see Lumber Liquidators is still hanging around this low end here, LL. All right, guys, give me 1 more minute. I'll be right back. All right, guys. So Sabre now, SABR is now at yesterday's low, and there is nothing really holding it up on the weekly chart. When I look at the weekly chart till about 11:42, that's about $1 away. So I mean, this could turn into a drift down short, sort of a second day continuation off earnings. Well, that's what our provider has. Wow, look at RHE, my goodness. I still have no. Yeah, I mean, somebody asked earlier, Sam, so here we go. Spokesperson tells Benzinga, no news announcement, okay? So in other words, they're saying there's no reason. Wow, crypto just took a pop up here, guys. GBTC. But I'm looking at Riot and Mara and Coin. Look at Riot, Mara, and Coin. These are so tough intraday traders. And this is another one of those halt machines. TYHT. Oh, it got halted a couple of times, I think, on the way up. Now it was halted on the way down, and then on the way up, resumed. Wow, look at this lumber liquid. I don't know if you're still, those of you who took this trade, man, this has turned into, especially from here, just a nice trade on that 15-minute chart. Little bit of a pop here, the bottoming tail there, and that's the LL. So a pretty, very steady trade. And that is a gap down and go. Here's where it first appeared. LL, $22.24, $21 now. This is just the don't repeat version of it. I mean, this RHE, I mean, it did this month also. This was back in, I guess, December of last year. Got all the way up here. But this is really accelerating. No borrows available for me at, well, unless I search for them, which I don't. So it just opened? I guess it just opened? Okay, so BHR just showed up on the option scanner. Don't like it. Why? Look at all the resistance not that far away. So it's at 698. But look here on that weekly chart. You see a lot of stuff happening right around 720. I mean, obviously, if it can get through that, fine. But you know, there's no guarantee it's going to. All right, you guys are talking about ISNS. Yeah. I missed the boat on this one. Obviously, this one, of course, we're watching it yesterday to see if it would have some nice action after hours. And, well, nice action on the way up. It just didn't. BHC, you know, I think it had earnings yesterday, right? May the 4th pre-market. Yeah, so it had earnings pre-market. Well, it's a little bit like Sabre. I mean, you know, Sabre, same thing, big down, and now today it's below the low of yesterday. I mean, my thoughts are, I mean, you know, I actually liked this one as a short yesterday, just didn't get it, but you know, the 25.41 on that weekly chart looks like that's a new support area. So that's a couple of dollars away. So I mean, if it wants to, it has room to keep falling. It's only down 1% though. BHR is showing up on the strong options. Remember, I deleted the count to nothing. So yeah, that's why. See, it's only a count of 2 right there. So I mean, listen, if this can take this out here, is 720-ish. I mean, this has, yeah, I have to stick an alert around 730. It's decent float, 32 million. It is an earnings play, so it should be active. But you can just see if it can take this out, then look left. Then it's got a shot to get to 10. I'm talking about the BHR. Yeah, there's a ton of volume into, you're right, ton of volume into GBTC, Riot, and Mara. They all look the same in terms of volume. All right, guys, I'd be paying attention to their entry time and price for the ATNX. And maybe the CHMA, but the CHMA is completely tied to another stock, okay? And that would be AMYT. So my guess is that AMYT fell. Yeah, so as this happens, so the same thing will happen with CHMA. Earnings yesterday, Zach. Corsair had earnings yesterday. Guys, well, if this keeps going higher, this will be a good one for my video again. ATNX. Look at the volume that's coming into ATNX, guys. Takes out 550. Look out. There it goes, guys. Okay, this is probably be on my video today because, you know, I mentioned this concept yesterday. Look at the ATNX, okay? The ATNX right there got stopped out. Actually got stopped out, even though, let me see where that alert happened. Okay, in a million years, you should never have allowed yourself to be stopped out like that for a loss, okay? Because look what happened, 532, there was the alert. It got up to what, 545? Maybe, okay. I would not have let that happen. I would have probably got out flat. But anyway, you had a re-entry price of 527. Okay, so at this point, I've taken some out of here because I'm not convinced it's going to get through 550. But you know, 527 up to 550 or so on the re-entry. And if you don't have these two columns, if you have the AI, I would absolutely have these two columns up. You have a re-entry price, price, and the time, and you get a sound alert on this too. Just I think if ATNX can get through 550, it could have another run. 50 cents for these cheaper stocks is sort of like the dollar, you know, a little psychological to get through the 50-cent level. Yeah, this actually looks like it's halted. Again, RHA. It's not, but it looks like it's halted. Yeah, the last trade was 1891 and the bid ask is 1826, 1837. And that is changing. It's interesting. Yeah, it's like it is stuck at 1891. I'm looking at TradingView also. It's stuck at 1891. Yeah, there's something going on. That's weird. Can't trade it. I can't remember the last time I saw something like this. Like maybe never. Wow, look at this Veru. My goodness, this was my short in the pre-market. Not in it anymore. I mean, this got up to 1168, and now this looks like it's going to go negative. TTI is, yeah, I mean, this has got room. TTI, the next high looking left is on the monthly is 308, so it's a little bit above that. It's not a low float. Don't all have to be low floats, but the next high looking left is 345, so it has a shot, I suppose, to get there. All right, guys, there it goes. ATNX. So how many times do I have to hammer this point home? Re-entry time, re-entry price. Have these columns up and running. Okay? 527 was your re-entry level for ATNX. You don't get too many. Notice, I mean, you don't get too many. You only have one. Obviously, if you see a re-entry time, then you're going to see a price. This one, again, so tied to that other stock. So I mean, you'd have to be watching that other stock, the AMYT, tied to it because it is a buyout. Well, CCXI had the horrible day yesterday, JB. I mean, you know that. Or maybe you don't know that. Bad news. I mean, it caused it to absolutely crash. It had a nice rebound, but oh, okay. So you're not crazy. It's just, it is. Boy, look at SPWR, guys. SPWR 2402 is the 200-day moving average. It has taken that out. It is an earnings play. It got hammered early, but look at the recovery. Huge recovery for it. Red bar ignored now on the 15-minute chart. Progressing higher. Look at the daily chart. I'm not saying it's going to get up to 30, but, there's the area. Okay, one moment, please. Well, this VERU, so much for phase 2. Under Armour having a heck of a day. UAA, after yesterday's really mixed reaction on earnings. Mixed reaction in that pre-market looked good. Market opens, no good. Meanwhile, hey, let's take a look at the overall market. The SPY is doing okay. Dow is up, Tech is up. So I think the last time I looked, these were basically flattened. Yeah, still something really, really strange with this one. Very, very strange. Never seen this. Well, I shouldn't say I've never seen it. I can't remember the last time I saw something like this, where it is, in theory, not halted, but it's not trading. And the bid and ask is flipping around like mad. The last trade was at 1891, according to IB and other trading platforms. And yet, this is moving. Bid ask is moving, like you'd see if it were halted, but it is not officially halted. But it may as well be halted. All right, guys, so I'm all out of the ATNX. I still have an alert set way up here around, well, that's the high, and also up here above 6, just in case. I mean, look at the volume. I mean, this is 75 million in the float. This will trade the float easily 3 times today. So if it does take out 6, maybe tomorrow, maybe today, I don't know, maybe after hours, watch how this closes. See if it has a lot of after hours action taking out this, because look at the void. Yeah, ATNX is back up. I'm not in it anymore, but it is moving back up. So they have earnings tomorrow, somebody said? Yes, post-market, May the 6th, after hours tomorrow. Whoa. So I guess all in the reaction of, I don't get it. I mean, treadmills, you got to know how to use them, but anyway. You know what? I'm just looking at Under Armour. something crazy is going on because now this one isn't trading. I don't see a bid and I can see a bid and ask in the time and sales, but not in my order entry, which is, you know, bizarre. Let me just see if something going on in the. Yeah, be careful. I mean, I see Mosey. Something is happening. Okay, this one is moving. REKR is definitely moving. So these are NASDAQ stocks, okay. This is a New York stock, so this is, yeah, something crazy is happening. NYSE looks like it's, so let's take a look at, what was the one we were, RHE. Yeah, and Amex, so. Yeah, there's definitely something going on, guys. It looks like NASDAQ's okay. Yeah, so it looks like any Amex or New York Stock Exchange stock, there's something going on. So this is an IPO, I guess, guys. 5-star Bank Core, FSBC. This is an IPO. It just opened. Yeah, so DPW did not halt. There's something wrong with the exchanges. Okay, something's wrong with the exchanges, just so you know. Okay, it looks like they're solved now, or it's solved now. Because I just got something for DCP. So let's take a look at under UAA. So I'm getting a bid ask now for UAA. But now okay, man, RHE is halted. Now it is halted. It is officially halted. Strange things happen there, guys. Yeah, so DPW is not halted. It was just stuck like all the other Amex and New York Stock Exchange stocks. So there's CAR as an example, NYSE stock. So well, there might be some catching up to do, you know, with the data. All of a sudden, I mean, all these stocks that were, yeah, like, well, this is a NASDAQ, so this is not, that wasn't affected. BGFV was not affected before. I'm just checking TradingView charts, and they're the same as ours. So I just wanted to make sure that we're not having a lag or anything. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, so RYAM now is starting to try to do a little gap down and reverse. Trying. What's the market doing? Market is, market's lifting now. And we just got unhalted, RHE. I know somebody was mentioning tech earlier, TECK, coming right into, looks like resistance around that 24 mark. We have a little movement in, we have a little movement in GME. Those who follow this one. Just a minute. Okay, so you're saying BLBD, okay. It's actually Bluebird. Oh, I see what you're saying, and it's showing up as Pierceon. It's interesting because the profile says Bluebird. Doesn't trade very much. I don't know. Send something to info@trade-ideas.com. Somebody will take a look. I don't know. I don't know why in the profile it's given it correct, but not the Yeah, not the name of it. I don't know. So, okay. I obviously I cannot do anything about it. Yeah, I don't know what was happening downstairs, but something was happening. Now this is kind of an amusing one, maybe. This is the Honest Company, okay? The Honest Company. HNST just launched. I think this is Jessica Alba. I think. Yeah, Jessica Alba. Okay, so yeah, so this just launched and HNST, an IPO today. Let me just do a quick check to see what sort of who's behind it. I think there's some big names behind it. Okay, so first thing, wow, so this is a big premium so far, okay? There are 25 million shares issued at 16, and the IPO theoretically at 16, so it's opened above the 16 IPO, okay? So it's $5 premium so far. And we've got Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Jefferies, Bank of America, Citigroup, William Blair, Guggenheim. So we've got a lot of major players in this one. This is what I'm talking about. Okay. So 25 million, the price range was going to be about 16. So it's at 21 right now. Here who is behind it. Okay. So typically what I do is I stick an alert. I only trade an IPO the day of if it takes out, say, the 2-hour high at some point during the day. Doesn't mean I absolutely will trade it if it does it, but I want to be alerted to if it happens. And only if it was a what I'll call a successful IPO. So obviously I want to see a lot of enthusiasm. So for 16 IPO, so it's at 21 now, 22, $6 above. So, I mean, that is enthusiastic so far. All right, so lumber liquidators finally had a pop. Wow, 21.20, it actually showed up in the my options plays. A lot of action, guys. Why? We've got earnings. Take advantage of it. We still have probably another couple of weeks where we'll have some activity. All right, look at the ATNX. It looks like it's going to do a financing. Look at the volume that came in. So you got to be nimble. Not shortable for me. Who's your broker? Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers for ATNX. All right, guys, I want to put in the YouTube link because today's the day that Michael Noss will be in our YouTube. We'll take over YouTube between 12 and 1. So if you have questions about using Brokerage Plus, your IB account, E-Trade, maybe setting up strategies, etc., today's your day. Michael will be there. He's absolutely the expert in all of that. And he'll be there between 12 and 1 while I'm on my break. You know, I saw this one really, really early. OI, I think it was right around here. So it's stacked on about $1. I think, yeah, this was a this was a gap up and go at $13.05. $13.05. Well, this XP has been a nice alert from the AI. Up 9% now. Pretty steady. Look at the 15-minute chart. Just out of the range I like to trade, but definitely a nice one. Earnings play. Under Armour continues to move higher here, guys. I mean, still has some room. 27.82, so it's got maybe $1.60 or so before it starts hitting these highs, looking left. And I'm talking about UAA. Well, this will be an interesting earnings release for Peloton tomorrow. That's for sure. I mean, there's no support now until, on the weekly chart, there's really no support till about 65. All right, the HNST just took out that high, but it popped right back up. So now my new alert up to 22.22. Again, I'm only going to look at this if it somehow, after a couple of hours, remember it's not even 30 minutes old. If somehow it takes out that high of 2 hours later on in the day. All right, well, it keeps trying here, guys. So the honest company, the honest company. Great name. The honest company on the move here, guys. Remember, this is a $16 IPO at 22 now. Okay, now I got to put a high up here. No, it's not a SPAC. No, it's an IPO. It's a legitimate IPO. Haven't seen this one for a long time. Used to see this one quite a bit. ASPS. Look at this one on the move here. ASPS. Look at the volume coming in. What do I think about Pfizer? Pfizer had earnings, I think, yesterday or this week. Had earnings. What do I think about it? Well, I mean, it had a nice reaction, I guess. Had a nice week. Probably coming into some resistance up in this area here. Big float, 5.5 billion. So, I mean, unless something comes out, some huge news, I mean, obviously it's a vaccine play, of course, but it's already had earnings, so I don't know what else is going to move it. Okay, well then, if you think that's going to move it, then take it. I mean, I don't analyze the news like that. Look at this one, guys. I've never heard this one before. Hayward Holdings, something to do with pools. Manufacture and sale of pool equipment. And it's an earnings play, and it's an all-time high. Never heard of this one before. I guess this was an IPO here. In the month of, it didn't do anything. Reminds me a little bit like Playboy. This is exactly what Playboy did. Take a look at PBLY. Or PLBY. See? Doesn't that look like, not that they're the same, but look at what Playboy did in its first 5 months. Look what HAYW did. And then finally it started to move. Oh no, I can read, I can see what they do. I just never heard of them before. So there's the news pop for HGEN. pretty impressed by the IB headlines, guys. I don't know where you're getting your news from, Zach. The reason I ask is that I'm seeing, when you put something in, I'm seeing it almost the same time in my IB headline news. All right, guys, getting close to taking my break. Here's ASPS. Another move higher here. Don't see any. May the 10th they have earnings. I don't think they went early. But something's happening. There were two other companies that used to trade along with ASP. I just can't remember them anymore. Look at the Honest Company. The Honest Company is making a believer out of me. Look at this. HNST. And look at like OII. Just straight up, guys. 15-minute chart. I know we saw this one back here. All right, guys, so I'm just waiting for Michael to show up in the YouTube room. And then I'll be taking my break. I haven't seen a day like this in a long time in my options plays. I haven't really taken a look individually, but usually you only get about 3 or 4 a day. Getting a lot. And why? Earnings. I'm not saying they're all earnings, but Muzz isn't. Hey, but the rest of them look like they're all earnings plays. Yeah, all earnings plays. So why is that? Well, when a company has earnings, that's when they get super active, not just in overall volume, but probably in option activity. Enjoy it while we can, guys. I mean, in a couple of weeks from now, we're going to go, hey, what happened to all the action? We'll still have action, but not the same way. All right, Michael, I see you there. Okay, I will stop streaming right now, Michael.
Hello, everyone. Let me first trying to make sure I can hear myself here. All right, that seemed to work. And then we'll go to the desktop and people can let me know, are you hearing me and seeing me, and is everything good to go there? So just let me know if you guys can hear me. Yeah, okay. Hey, Gary. Awesome. So again, if you guys are new here, what we do is Barry takes his lunch and we open up the room to questions and answers when it comes to trading, trade ideas, all the different things. And you get to hear a different voice for an hour. So I'll be here for an entire hour to chat about whatever it is that you guys want to chat about, and help you out with the product, talk about just my own trading, things like that. More questions you guys ask, the better, because basically we don't really have too much prepared when it comes to these things. So it's good to, whoops, sorry about that, move that back. It's good to make sure that you guys have that time to ask anything you want. We know the product is complex, and that complexity can breed some issues, but we help out wherever we want with support, help you build whatever you want for your trading plan. Again, if you don't know me, I'll be this guy in chat, Stats Edge Trading. I'll go, hi. That's me there. I've used Trade Ideas since 2006. I've been consulting with Trade Ideas since 2016, probably. Basically, I'm the math guy around here. I'm a quantitative and technical trader as a CMT. So I deal with a lot of Brokerage Plus, build a lot of the algorithms for Holly. The Trade Ideas Strength Alerts is something that I built. So anything that combines mathematics and technicals, I can certainly help you out with. And again, the more questions you ask, the less I waffle on about random stuff, which is kind of what I'm going to do while I talk to you guys. Can I talk about the risk reward for HRE? Is that a Holly trade? Or HRE? Regional Health. Ooh. Well, here, I don't know. I think it's a pretty high risk stock. The thing's just gone from, it's basically doubled today, 87% return today. So the risk reward of buying it here, again, it all depends on your time frame, right? Are you going to buy it here and put your stop under 18? Or are you going to, what are you going to do? If you're talking about our kind of pre-built smart levels, I generally don't use those. And it's because they're great guides, and they're great guides for newer traders. I just generally don't play with them too much because I like clean charts. And I want to decide my own risk levels kind of things. Yeah, RHE, that's what I've got here and here. Looking for a pullback scanner, Iris. No, even before the red level. Well, again, your risk reward is going to depend on where you're entering and what you want your exit to be, right? The thing is, no one knows where the stock is going to go. They all just know where it went. So risk reward profile is, again, it's going to depend on your time frame. It's going to depend on your what you're trying to get out of the trade. It's going to depend on what kind of trade you're making. So again, if you're talking on this candle here, again, if you're a swing trader, if you're buying around the 13s, your stop's probably going to go under the low of this candle or somewhere in the gap. If you're a day trader, you're obviously going to use shorter term charts, that type of thing. For your pullback scan, Iris, I would look at the, where is it? The experts only channel. Let's load that up and I'll show you what I'm talking about here. These two, Iris, I'd take a look at the biggest pullbacks on winners and the biggest bounce on losers. They're built-in scans, but basically what they'll do is they'll look at, so ANTX, for example, this is a big winner today. The stock's up from, what, $3 and almost hit $6, so it almost doubled today, and it's having a pretty good pullback. AQB, same kind of thing, right? Pulled back here, right? So I would check that. That's pre-built, that's built in for you there, so that should be a pretty easy one to take a look at. 16x9 trading, there we go. Boom. Can I share it? Yeah, just go to your channel bar and just click right on experts only. It's right above ETF focused and right below Tech Titans. So yeah, just right there. It's a cool public one. HNST, yeah, I think that's an IP. It's either an IPO or a SPAC conversion. Most things now, I think, are SPAC conversions. Can I talk about building a scan percentage from daily SMA or something similar? Yeah, well, you can do that. That one should be pretty easy. Let's just duplicate. Let's just grab any topless window, and let's just wipe out the start from scratch, and then what you'll look for is change from the 200. I don't know if you want it far away or close to, but you could do something like percentage, right? If you want something that's way far away from its we can say it's 50% above its 200 period moving average, and let's just say we don't want any crazy stocks, and we want ones that doing somewhat 250, I don't know, 1,000 shares. And what we should get, it's going to be very basic, but these are stocks, and let's just add the indicator to our charts of the 200. Right, so what you're going to find is stocks that are right crazy. This one, the 200 days all the way down here at $4, and this one's at $9. RHE, which is just what we talked about earlier, right? That's way above its 200-day moving average. Obviously, if you're looking for things close to the moving average, we can do that as well. Just want to point out this for you Strength Alerts followers. If you're not, again, if you're sitting here and you don't have a Trade Ideas subscription yet, and you're thinking about maybe hopping on board, but that you don't want to commit to the full thing, just note that we have a new product that's $17 a month, built by me. It's basically an algorithmically designed watch list that's sent to you each and every day. We've back tested the watch list, and we show you all that kind of stuff with the with all the documentations. It beats the market pretty handily on average. Just trying to find the link for you guys here. Here we go. But yeah, so I would check this out, and basically the reason I just say is that this BGFV was called out like right here, I think. Right at about $18. You would have had to hold through earnings. Full disclosure, I didn't. I got out all of it here. Hindsight, I was up enough that maybe I should have left a little tiny bit on. But yeah, so take a look at that if you're interested. Away we go. Your watch list, nice. Good commentary as well. Thank you. Are you talking about the Strength Alerts watch list or the videos? I just like the feedback because I do a lot of YouTube stuff, but sometimes it feels like shouting into the void. So feedback's always a good thing. But yeah, I like the Strength Alerts. I got some CYH. Well, we can show you. So if you're a current Trade Ideas subscriber already, we have this strength alerts channel that if we click on, this gives you not only the current week's watch list, it gives you the write-up that I do that you can see right here. And it also, very soon, what I'm going to do is I'm going to rework this channel a bit so that you can not only see this week's strength alerts, but you can see maybe we'll keep like a past quarter or a couple months or something like that of data in there. But you can see, for example, CYH, where is it? RGLY, right here, CYH. Right, I talked about right here, this kind of support and resistance area. So this second line, I can actually show you how I traded this right here. So you see I drew these two lines here. Basically, one was a break of this area right here, and then the second was a break of this. Let's just draw it right there, make sure it's drawn straight. The second was a break of this. So what I did is I put out a stop limit at 1151 or something. Just to see, right, if it gets through 1150, that's where I want to get involved. So I picked that up there, and then I've just been holding, and the thing's just been a monster. So I'm still in, probably, and I'm watching this day very closely. If this day turns red at this point, I'll be out most, trying to see if what's going to happen in this area. So if we kind of do this for a while, I'll probably get out most and then look to get in again if it goes. That's how I traded that. We can see what else is here. RGLY, I didn't get. On the weekly, it looks great. Basically, I'm still watching RGLY. You just see, we released it when these two candles were here. So these ones, and ever since that, it's been basing. So I'm going to watch it. If we get over 18, that's probably where I'll get in, and then I'll stop it right here. WPC, I did nothing with WPC yet. However, I'm looking to see what happens at this area if we pull back and hold that. Again, just might as well go through all of them while we can. CVA, same kind of thing. I didn't know that we were getting that close to that, but I am watching over this day's high I'm probably just going to risk down there. I'm a very tight, boring trader. If anyone follows me, probably knows. And then last is Cake. And Cake, I am in Cake. Basically, I'm stopping this under about $60. If we get under $60, I'm out. But I like of the charts right now, of them that I like this one the best, just because if we zoom in here, this is why I love candlestick analysis. So we gapped up, right? 60 was a problem for a while. It was a problem here and here and here and here. And when we gapped up, every time we approach 60 from the downside, we end up rejecting it, right? So we approach 60 from the downside, we approach 60 from the downside, we approach 60 from the downside, and we end up just bouncing off it. And today is another perfect example. We got to, what's the low of today? 60.11, and then we bounced again. So this one's holding nicely. So I think that might kind of be an interesting thing from there. But yeah, again, you get access to everything that I write up, right? I talk about CYH, right? So where the next support, where the next resistance is, all of that thing is going on. Let's go back here. Afternoon, I was wondering about offset for limit price. Okay, so yeah, the limit offset's a little confusing. So let me explain this to you. It's one of those things that when you get it, you'll go, okay, that makes perfect sense. The limit offset, first of all, is agnostic to direction. So it doesn't matter whether it's long or short. Oh, and I see your comment there, Gary. Thanks for saying it was a strength alert. It's a very new product. It's been out 3 weeks. So far, it's been killing it return wise, and not as many subs as I would like, but it's growing. So sorry, back to the limit offset. So agnostic of direction, whether it's long or short, is the same. So you want to think about it as aggressiveness. The more negative the number is, the more aggressive you're planning on being on your entry. The more positive the number, the more passive you're going to be on your entry. So you have a negative 2 cents, you said. So what will happen is say you're buying the stock, say the stock is $10 and you're looking to buy it, it's going to send out an order at $10.02, right? So you're basically saying, I'm willing to pay up 2 cents. And that's what a limit offset of negative 0.02 means. And if you were shorting this stock and it was at $10, it's going to send out a short order at $9.98. Right? So again, it's saying I'm willing to be 2 cents more aggressive than the current price. If, for example, you wanted the stock to trigger, right? So say this is going to be your trigger point, but you wanted it to actually pull back some before you get filled and then hopefully go. You're being greedy on price, which again, I think there's negative connotation to that, but I think being greedy on your entry price is a very, very good thing. What you would do is you'd set that to a positive number, right? So if I wanted the stock to pull back 5 cents to get me before it goes, I would put positive 5 cents. So it's basically, now why we do it like that is kind of insider baseball with trading, but it's inside market, outside market, which I know doesn't mean a lot to a lot of people, but it's whether you're aggressively, inside market, basically just meaning, you're inside the bid and the ask, you're being more aggressive, and then outside the market means you're just kind of waiting for things to occur. So I hope that makes sense. If not, I'm here for another 45 minutes, so we'll get you by the time we're done here. Opening range, does that hold any value as far as the day high and low? No, opening range is just kind of an entry point for most people. So for example, let's look at Kala, which is my best trade of the day in my real account. This would be, let's make that big. This would be an opening range play, right? So what happened is it watched the first 5-minute opening range, which included this big red candle, this little green candle, and some of this big red candle after it. So the opening range would be here to here, basically. So opening range break, just basically, it's just a way to track, right? This is the entry you're going to take. And the reason people do that is because quite often the opening range, when violated, can continue, right? That's basically the theory. It's just a way to entry. Some people use candlesticks to enter. Some people use patterns to enter. Some people use crossing of moving averages or something like that to enter. Some people use bases, and some people use opening range. So it's basically, you wouldn't just trade something because it's breaking its opening range, but something like Kala, basically the theory behind this with Bond Shorty was that this thing's just been getting hammered, and if it breaks down today, maybe it will continue to get hammered, right? This isn't a stock you would want to buy unless, maybe you're trying to play a support or something there. So as it's tanking, it's basically saying, hey, this thing's really weak, maybe it's going to continue. So opening range, again, is just a way to play, that kind of thing right there. CYH does look good to me anyway. I have very boring, simple day trading strategies, and most of what I do is from swing trading. Again, with CYH, what I want to see is I want us to hold the gap, right? That's a big thing. B, I want it to see what happens at 14. If we get through 14, great. What's the short float on this guy? It's only 4%. But, right, if we break this 14, basically anybody who's betting against the stock probably has their stop up there. So maybe. But again, $17 a month, right, is this new product. So if you're not a TradingView subscriber, that link I put up there, it's $17 a month. If that's rich for your trading, you're probably pretty undercapitalized. And again, if you're an existing TradingView sub, they're already there. They're just under the Strength Alert channels, and you can also build your own watch lists and your own algorithms and all these things based on the Strength Alerts because it's attached to a symbol list in the back office. So, okay, so back to the limit offset. I think I got it back to the $10 example. So if my offset was positive 5 cents, then my entry would be $9.95. Yes, 100%. You're right, Zelly. Again, assuming you're buying. If you're shorting, then it would be 10.05. Can I get the strength alerts so I don't have to open it in a separate channel? Sure. So what we did in the back end is, let's just take another. You can take any top list, any alert window. You can start them from scratch. You can grab them wherever you want. Yes, assuming long. So yeah, you got it, Zelly. It's the more positive the number, the more passive your entry. The more negative number, the more aggressive your entry. So if we look at this again, you can edit any scan. Just right click and configure. Go to the symbol list section, and if you don't see strength alerts and strength alerts archive here, you can just tap it right up there at add existing list. So when we open this, you'll see a whole bunch of lists here. So again, if you haven't played with symbol lists within Trade Ideas before, this is a really cool feature in which you can either only look at things from certain lists or you can exclude things from certain lists. So for example, this blank check one is going to have a lot of SPACs in it, right? This Wall Street Bet one's going to have stuff that's being talked about in Wall Street Bets. The Buzz and the Moon are going to have the ETFs from there. And we have TI Strength Alert and TI Strength Alert Archive. So if I select TI Strength Alerts, I will only see the strength alerts from this week. If I click archive as well, it will show me all the ones from this week and then all the ones to date currently. I think my game plan is to go through maybe quarterly and then just delete everything in there and start building the list up again. Something like that. But yeah, so this is or maybe do a rolling quarter would be better. Just drop the last whatever and keep adding them in. So yeah, so then you can take any scan that you want and you can just point it to that list. So actually, let's just do that so I can just show you the full process. So we're gonna go new and we're gonna build a new top list. We're gonna start this from scratch. And then I'm gonna go over to symbol lists. I'm gonna click TI Strength and TI Strength Archive. And you see up here, it says only the following lists. I can click on this and I could say exclude the following list. I worked with a trader. Again, you can check out the YouTube channel. I'll post a link in there, but I work with traders, and the guy basically had something he just called his shit list. And it was just stocks that he never made money on. And one of them, I think, was Yelp or something like that. He's like, I've never made $1 off this stock. Doesn't matter what algo comes through, doesn't matter whatever. I just don't make money on Yelp. So he started this list where he says, I just want to exclude, so I don't see these things anymore. Now, a more practical way of doing it is maybe with ETFs or something to that respect. But yeah, so now that those are selected and I have selected only the following lists, like so, when I click OK, there'll just be a list, and these have all of the current and recent past strength alerts, right? So I can go BWA. BWA, I think, was alerted here-ish. So you can see you got a little run out of it and then a pullback, and now it might be going. This one is one we talked about earlier. That's rocketed and then had earnings, which were good, and then that rocketed as well. So yeah, you can grab them all that. Power rankings. Do you mean from the strength alerts or from the score, Brian, when you're talking about power rankings? Because yeah, we have our built-in, if you wanted to see, for example, how these score on our TI score. And right, we have this ranking system built in where you can look at these values. And essentially what they just mean is the higher the value, the more on a technical and fundamental rating they work from what I have shown, what I have sent. Again, I don't think the rankings mean too much. What we're sending you is the top ranked ones regardless. But what I would just, again, focus on is take the symbols, know that you have a statistical advantage trading them long throughout the next week or so, and then just trade them, right? If they break this, I'm going to buy them, or if they pull back here, I'm going to buy them. Like another example that I took was 2 TWO, which I'm out most of, but still in some. So we alerted to right here, right on that little green candle. You know, I initially just put out a buy stop above it and says if we start to rally, I'm going to get in. But the thing, I think it's been a while, but it pulled back. So anyway, my actual entry is I got in over this little hammer candle at the support area because I was able to say, well, again, if I still have a statistical advantage of this thing going up, let me just buy it right here and just make my stop right down here. So I'm just only risking a tiny bit. And then as it got up to here, I got out of most of the position. And now I'm holding some and just trailing that stop up. So hope that makes sense. Okay, so what is TI alerts and TI score? So let's go through the score first. So the score is a ranking system that I developed with Andy, and essentially what it does is, let me just get rid of them. What it does, let's grab any top list, doesn't matter what top list, and add that to it. So what it does, it essentially assigns value based off of certain technical, statistical, and fundamental factors. So think of it kind of like, does the company make money? Yes, give it 5 points. Does the company have more cash on hand than debt? Yes, give it 10 points, right? Is it above its 200 moving average, right? Give it a certain amount of points. It's basically ranking all of these stocks based off their score, right? So if I go and I look at this and I say, okay, well, of this scan, SLM here has the highest score. So that means from a technical point of view, as well as statistics and fundamental data, all this kind of stuff, this is doing very, very well. Right? Macy's, same kind of thing. Not only is it met the criteria of this scan, but I can see it's got like an 86 with 100 being the max, which, you know, means they probably, pay a dividend, or they make a bit of money, or they have a bunch of cash or something like that. So it's ranking based off technical and statistical, but we've never really back test this, right? We just kind of built the ranking system, looked at the stocks and say, yeah, it's giving us the stocks we want to see. And that's about it, right? And nothing wrong with that. It's just a ranking system. I would say that most traders that are getting killed in the market would do very, very well if they said, hey, I'm going to focus on just high ranked stocks, because it would keep you out of junk. It would keep you out of stocks in downtrends. It would keep you out of stocks that don't make any money, right? All of these things. Now, the TI strength alerts, and let me actually get something ready here. This one. Okay, so the TI strength alerts is an algorithm that we built in which we're doing essentially the same thing, but only based off technicals. 100% technical, no fundamental. And let's just go over here. There. So then this is the algorithm that we've back tested for 4 years-ish, and then forward tested for about a year. And basically by back tested, I mean that I built this right about here, right? I started to build it kind of in this pandemic low area, right? So everything past here is something that we back tested. We went through, and Trade Ideas has these amazing server tech, and I was able to go through and crunch these and build these all the way back here and just prove that on average, you're way better off just buying these stocks than buying the market, right? Every time the market dips, this one does a little bit better. So again, that's back test. Everything from about, let's say this point on is forward tested, which meant I came up with the symbols, I watched them throughout the week, right? It happened in real time, not in a kind of a back test theoretical form. So what we do is, again, if you are a Trade Ideas member, you've already got access to this. If you're not, and you're kind of sitting on the fence and thinking about getting into Trade Ideas, we have this product. So what you would get is this email, a little better formatted when it comes to email. The charts are bigger and everything's a little prettier, but this is just a little browser thing we got in the system. So basically you get this, you get a little bit of a write-up about WPC and why WPC is interesting and all of this, along with the strength rating. You get a chart, you get all the fundamental data you need, business, right, what sector it's in, all that kind of stuff. Right, here's cake that we talked about. Here's CYH down here that we talked about. These type of things. And we say, hey, this is, all the different charts you want to look at. And that's sent to you 2 to 3 hours before the market opens every Monday morning. Again, $17 a month as a way to get you acquainted with Trade Ideas and get you interested in Trade Ideas. If you are already a Trade Ideas sub, you just get this right inside this Strength Alerts channel that's right here. And what you'll see is this, right? So you get all the write-up like everyone else has, but you also get access to these two windows. And essentially what this window here is just kind of showing the strength alerts. I'm going to pretty this up once I can kind of have access to change a lot of the channel stuff. Away we go with this. And then you have this kind of high-low ticker. So this is watching what's hitting new highs and lows for the day. I've refreshed the channel, so it's going to reset. And then just a little chart, kind of how I look at them as well. So that's the difference, right? The score is a nice ranking system that we've come up with. It's great. It's a good way to keep people out of trouble and buying junky type stocks, but the TI strength alerts is kind of algorithmically tested. These aren't low float penny stock things that are going to triple or quadruple. It's finding stocks that are strong. But the beauty of it, if we go back to the equity curve, and the thing that I was really impressed is look at the pullback here during the pandemic versus the SPY. Look at the pullback here in 2019 versus the SPY, right? Let's look at the pullback here in 2018 versus the SPY, because what the concept is that you're investing in relative strength. So basically what the system is doing is it's saying which stocks are performing the best versus the entire market and versus every other stock, right? So these 5 stocks are not only performing the best out of the entire market and their counterparties, but then what we've done is we've attached this algorithm side of things to it, in which we've said, okay, yeah, but you just don't want to buy the thing that's straight up, because that doesn't work. What we want to do is we want to find stocks that are strong technically, but also some sort of a pattern or something like that. And the system's able to identify that, and then I assigned ranks on those. So for example, right, what was it, RHE, this crazy one? This one, technically speaking, is obviously outperforming the market. But would we obviously suggest anyone buying this up here when it's just come from essentially $0 to $22? Certainly not. So what we've done is we said we want the stocks to be strong, but at the same time, the RSI can't be overextended and can't be outside the Bollinger Band. It's got to be forming some sort of technical pattern. The chart candles and everything are going to be good. That type of stuff, right? So I hope that makes sense. Again, a little different, but away we go. So again, I've got another 30 minutes with questions, answers. Let me go back to my little watch list here. I'm making sure that I'm keeping up on all my trades. I sold some options. Now TI is showing me some skewed numbers. Can I hide or remove? The shouldn't it shouldn't report the options. If it does, I'd email info@trade-ideas.com with a screenshot of just it showing your options, because it should, in theory, be able to filter those out. Yeah, it should. So that may just be a bug that got introduced. So I would just check it out. It should not. It should basically look at the type of security and say, okay, that's an option. We don't really deal with options, so let's just ignore that. But if it's letting those in, then that may be a bug. Where is the strength alert entering the trade? So for the back test that we've done here for the strength alerts, it's just from open to open, right? So you buy it on the open, you hold it until the next open, and that's all there is to it. Now, we obviously can't tell you how to trade, right? I don't want to tell you how to trade. I wouldn't suggest just doing that. That just doesn't, to me, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, right? I want to. Sorry, I'm setting out that's what I need. Doing some crypto trading too. Trade all the things. If it trades, I'll trade it. Yeah, so we just recommend it open to open. Not recommend it. That's what I had to do for the back test, because the back test is, you have to, just the way the back test was run, the way all this stuff works, you just kind of have to do that. Now, again, I would never suggest anyone trade like that. For example, CYH, right? I'm just not gonna, if this thing is just rocketing like this, I'm not just gonna sell it on Monday morning. If it's continuing to pay me, why would I, take my time and sell it and enter another trade? Maybe I'll sell part of this position and use that to buy another one. At the same time, if something's just not working, and then we have a good example with DVAX. So DVAX was recommended right here. You can see it got this massive pop and then just reversed dramatically. I'm not going to be in this as it tanks until Monday morning. That just wouldn't be a smart way to trade. But yeah, so we report the numbers, how they are, and how we did them. But we want to make sure that you're using your own discretion when you're trading for obvious reasons, and we hope that you dramatically outperform the results by putting some kind of you're putting your own trader brain on it, and you're beating the crap out of those returns, right? That should always be everybody's goal. A question from Brian is just live trading, and what he's referring to, just so that we know, is I have this free trading course. I might as well link it here, where I taught my wife during lockdown how to trade. 36 lesson course, free, brought to you by Trade Ideas. They were nice enough to give me the time and all of that to do that. So that's great. She's not live trading super actively, wasn't just too much of a fan of scanning through the charts and all that kind of stuff. But we're about to start a new YouTube series where she's going to use the strength alerts, right? So she made a couple bucks in MPC, not Mac, MPC, which, right, I think we alerted in this area, maybe. Pulled back, and as it came back through, she picked some up there, and that one was a good one. So we'll do a series where we bring her on to talk about that onto my channel again. Just something that makes sense for someone like her with a job, and that's kind of what these strength alerts are targeted towards, is people who don't, they're newer traders and maybe they don't know what they're looking for, things like that, or people that have other things to do, right? They have a job and all of that kind of stuff, right? So they're just doing other type of things. What high day scanners do you recommend? It's just whatever high day scanners fit your trading plan. I don't really know what you're going to be after too much, where it's, everyone's going to be different. For me, I don't like buying high days. It's just the way I trade, so I don't really have one that I super like, because I just don't like the concept of chasing those highs unless it's, for a longer term type of swing trade. But for a day trade, I usually don't. Again, to each their own. What I would say is take a look at the Alpha Predator and the Momentum channel. Again, just assuming most day traders like these kind of things because they're fast moving, lower float stocks that are looking at that. Again, for me, my day trading is, these numbers are huge, right? But my day trading is incredibly boring. I don't trade the gappers. I don't really too much. Every now and then I'll get tempted, but yeah. So I would work backwards from your trading plan. It says, okay, my trading plan looks for this, therefore I'm going to look for this kind of thing. Oh, and speaking of, I got a text from Jess that she bought some cake with, basically, I set her up with a very small account, and I have one myself that I'm getting set up as well with a company called Wealth Simple, which is just think of it as the Canadian Robinhood. Very, very basic, not even a very good app, to be honest, but again, just show the concept of you can use this stuff while you're working or doing whatever that's kind of feeding you from there. Can we do a custom formula for the high of day minus the low of the day? Oh, so sorry, just quickly before that, the Momentum channel and the high of day channel, or the Predator, the only reason I recommended these two, because if you are a day trader and you're someone who likes those fast moving low float stocks, both of those channels are looking for lower float stocks that are doing like high relative volume, higher than normal volume that day, and are really going. So for the really active person, that might be a good place to look, because I'm making assumptions, because if you're looking to buy high of days, then you're probably a momentum type trader. So those may be really good ones to start you out with. But yeah, let me give you the custom formula little webinar to show you how quickly. And but yes, you can do high of day, low of day as a percentage. And just want to give you this. Where is it? Yeah, so you can refer to this at any time. Right, this is your custom formula section that just teaches you all of that. But the long and short of it is you just want to go to, come on, come on, Chrome, you hog, you. That's why I don't use Chrome, my local PC. This is a virtual machine. Hopefully I'm already signed in, so I don't have to sign in front of anyone. So, yeah. Man, I'm running this virtual machine on top of a million other things and streaming on one of those new M1 Mac Minis, and I'm just flabbergasted by the speed of this thing, even though this doesn't look like it here. So what you got to always do is you got to grab these two things at the bottom. So you got to grab this help doc and these codes, because this will teach you what they are, right? So for example, we're going to make a new one. And we'll just, I don't know, call it high minus low in percentage, and we'll put as percentage. So you'll grab the codes from those documents. Okay, I just bragged about how it's doing this, but it's struggling a bit. Maybe I should turn down my bit rate from 1,000,000, which I maxed it out at for fun. Where is it? Okay, so here's today's high code, right? It says today's high and low. So we'll put today's high minus, what do you want? Minus today's low. Today's low. And then you want it to divide that by price and make sure it's all lowercase. And then you want to multiply that by 100. And we'll hit save. And you see how it says saved? That means it's good. Now, let me just break it just to show you. Say I did this instead, and I get partially saved, right? Partially saved basically means error, something broke. And then if you go and look at the bottom, it says, it points this little red arrow, and it says, I don't know what you mean by this, right? So it didn't like that. But if I do that, back, price, you can see it says saved, and then right here. So there's the formula. So let me just paste that into chat for you there, Peter. So you can just copy and paste that. It might even want to do, hold on. This might be better. I don't think it'll matter. Bed mass? Do I need to redo my order of operations? There's going to be a programmer in here who's going to know. I might use that second one. And then as soon as that's done, so we called it high minus low in percentage. So now if I go and I open up a new top list and I want to add that as a column, I can just search for high minus low in percentage, and you can see it right there. And we'll add that column. Bob's your uncle. So this will load up, and come on. There. So in theory, ANTX from the high to the low is 23%, and CHMA, same thing, high minus low, 18%. That may also be in the system as today's range, or is today's range something different? Today's range may be open v close. Today's range, show column. Okay, that's something completely different. Great explanation. Thanks. Oh, no problem. So yeah, I would save that video I posted too, just in case you're like me, in which I'll have someone explain to me something in real time and then completely and utterly forget what they said multiple seconds later. That video is basically me explaining the same concept, with all the same resources and all of that. Okay, one moment here. I'm just gotta send in something real quick. Okay, got that sorted. So just gonna look at some of my trades here. CRSR, still up on it. I bought that one today above this high. I think I'm gonna make a video about that. Macy's, I'm in Macy's. Geez, a lot of these breakout pullback kind of things. Just nothing's going for any length of time. So if you're a swing trader like myself, the biggest change that I've made is just being super quick on profits. All right, guys, we got another 10 minutes before Barry kicks me out. Oh, look at you, Macy's, you jerk. So when I came on to stream, I noticed it was getting a little giddy, and then it hit that top and came back. I should have snapped some out there. Nothing's running for any more than a day in this market. Which is fine. We knew the easy trading of 2020 was not going to last forever, when you could literally have bought anything and then come back in a week and it went up and everyone was a genius. The people who are still doing well now are the people who are probably have some sort of a plan. So what else we doing? What else is going on here? KTOS, I see on my pullback scan, which is just looking for stocks that are kind of quote unquote overextended to the downside. And it does look like that might be the case here. Let's actually see about a little day trade. Let me do that here so I can track it, and then I'll do it in my live account as well in just a second. I need to make sure I'm doing this. Okay, let's do it here and do it my live. Just a little revision to the mean type scalp, see if we can get some kind of a bounce on it. Brian says, been trading since June 2020. Your course has helped me. Oh, awesome. I'm glad. That course will always be free. I'm going to leave that up there. Again, Trade Ideas helped us make it, and they did all the graphics for it, ingested all the editing. It was a lot of work, but I had fun doing it, and I have heard good reviews. So I just want to leave that out there for anyone who's struggling or new or just wants a refresher. We start at what is a stock, and then we end at building trading plans and all of that kind of thing. And then what happened was everything reopened and Jess went back to work and just didn't have the time to trade. Let me link that for you, Jeff, just in chat here. So what we're going to do is we're going to revive this with her trading the strength alerts, right? So again, as she just picked up some cake. And then what's going on with the SPY? Cake seems to be going to new highs, which is good. The SPY pulling back a little bit. Again, the concept was to try to take someone who didn't do anything with the market at all, and take them into something that they can be somewhat confident about, right? You're obviously not done when you do a course like that, but at least you've got the tools to say, okay, this is how I build out a trading plan and go from there. Oh, no worries, Jack. And again, that's up there, and it's all 36 lessons. So you feel free to fill your boots. Oh, it's even more. Sorry, 37, 38, 39 lessons. And then again, we'll continue on this once we have the she's all set up with that account. She's going to do some trading, and then maybe once a month or so, we'll make a follow-up video of how that account's going. Started her off with 2,000 Canadian dollars, right? So just not a lot, but again, the point was for this $17 a month product, we're targeting people who are getting started. We're targeting people who are just looking for help. They're looking for some sort of guidance. These newsletters and everything will give that. And we're trying to do, to make sure that, all these things, they're quote unquote safe stocks, right? They're not low float, crazy penny guys. They're not double your money or lose it all in a week. It's all of these stocks are strong and have been strong for a length of time, which just generally leads them into being healthier companies. If you follow the same theory that I do, that charts tell you everything, right? I don't need to know necessarily if it's a quote unquote good company. If it's been in a strong uptrend for a year or so, then whether or not I think it's a good company and what metric I decide to use that, whether earnings or growth or blah, blah, blah. The market believes that it's a strong company and dips are being bought and all that kind of stuff. So it's a good combination of saying, hey, here's a course, learn to trade. At the same time, just because with most new traders, I find the place that they get stuck is the I don't know what to do, right? Okay, I understand that these are the patterns that I should trade and that risk reward's important and blah, blah. And they get the basics, but then they sit down at their computer and they go, okay, there's so many stocks. There's so many instruments and crypto and Forex and yada, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what to look at. So the point of the TI strength alerts and the newsletter and all that is to say, hey, these are incredibly strong stocks, and they have the statistics on your side. So take a look at them, and then on top of that, add all of the things that you're learning in this course, right? Where you're able to say, okay, I understand that the back test says Monday to Monday, but I also understand that that's probably not in the long run a very sound way to trade. So what I want to do is I want to say, okay, allow me to, kind of ignore that and say, okay, here's the statistics, here's the stocks. Now let me apply my knowledge as a trader and my own trading plan or philosophy, whether that's looking for stocks that are, strong technically or strong fundamentally or news or social or whatever it is you decide to trade off of. It's going to be about that time of day where they're going to kick me off. Well, again, there's the entry and exit. So just two questions before I take off here. So Zelly's asking anywhere where I can see the entry and exit points. The TI archive that I showed you there with the symbol list is everything since the product launched. The entry and exits Monday to Monday. But again, it's not an algorithm where we're saying trade it this way. We're saying these stocks have a statistical probability, trade them your way, right? It's not, it's an important distinction for a few reasons, but not a signal service. And then that goes into Brian's question. Do you recommend putting the same amount into each strength alerts? I do everything based off of risk. And again, we can't recommend anything, but splitting them is how we did the algorithm, right? I can always go back. This is how it was tested. But again, we highly recommend that you don't just follow something, that you apply your own mindset to. So if there's one that's going to have a really tiny risk and one that's going to have a much larger risk, I would suggest kind of normalizing your risk, right? If you've got a $10,000 account and you want to risk 2% a trade, you're going to be risking $200 on every trade. That's more or less how I trade as opposed to a dollar amount per. But again, just for the simplicity of the back test, we just split it up equally. And I hope that helps. And Barry is giving me the hook, so it was nice to chat to you today. As always, we do this every single day that the market is open. Someone different comes by. So if you want to hear more of me, I posted my website and everything there. You can check that out. If you want to hear someone else, don't worry. There'll be someone else here tomorrow, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Yeah, except sure. A purchase order for 5,000 sugar beet transmitters and 200,000 sugar beet sensors. So I guess that's a big deal. So this is a glucose level. Okay, that makes sense. Diabetes. Okay, well, there you go. I mean, there's your news. But to me, the more fascinating thing will be, what does it do tomorrow? So again, this is one of these that to watch at the end of the day, say in the last 15 minutes, let's see if it can, hold the highs and see what it does after hours. I mean, this could have a big explosive move after hours, assuming it holds its gains. Okay? Ija, can you hear me? Doing a check, see if I'm live in the YouTube room again. Wow, this is a big move here, guys. NMRD, only 8.8 million in the float. Okay, thank you, Ija. So we're talking about this NMRD. While you guys were being regaled by Michael, many of us took this short, CHCI short. It turned out to be a really, really nice short. Now, this is not shortable for me. NMRD is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I'm telling you guys, this is the one to watch after hours. I think, NMRD, just keep an eye on it. The last 15 minutes, if it's near the highs of the day. Now, what we don't want to see is for it to, big pullback. Then I'm not interested. But if it closes with enthusiasm You know, this is the sort of thing that can keep rocking after hours. Especially, you know, it does have that room. And then the fantasy level way up here. So anyway, let's see what happens. SSY, you're talking about SSY. Another low float situation, 4.3 million in the float. Bit of a down day yesterday, but it's a complete rebound. And yeah, the same, you know what reminds me of the other one? I mean, look left, look how much room it's got. I didn't even see this. This is when I was on my, or just coming back from my break again. And do I have a sound alerts on this? Make sure I do. Shoot, I mean, I missed this one completely. I mean, look at this, 821 on the from my option scanner, 946 now. There was the alert right there, that blue arrow. Somehow I missed it. Maybe I was too involved in the other one. So guys, what I do here, I mean, you know, you have a lot of different scans that you can look at. So I create my watch list to have just a, you know, a finite number, especially if you're new to trading. You know, this can give you some opportunities during the day, number one. This is unusual, okay? Don't usually get so many alerts, but this isn't like another watch list. Even this one can be like a watch list, not many alerts. But if you want a lot of action, if you're into action, then the gap continuation or reverse scanner will be really active all day long. Just to give you an idea how many alerts we had from it all day. This is how many alerts we had. So that is just the don't repeat version, okay? The don't repeat, that's why I have it DR. The don't repeat version of the gap continue. So I can see where was the alert? You know, what was the first alert we had? Where was it? Does the price in the, which one are you talking about, backstop? So if you're talking about, okay, no, this is static, okay? In here, because, and that I have it for a reason it's static, because I just want to see the first time that it appears, okay? If in another type of a list, if it kept making a new low over and over, you'd see, like here, you see how this is not static? You see how NMRD, you see NMRD is static right there at 821. But here, every time it makes a new high, it'll register. But it's static here because I have it on the no repeat. I don't want it to repeat. I want to see the first time I had the alert. Now that's a bit of a misnomer because, you know, I don't want to confuse people, but I kind of, in fact, what I should do is just start afresh here. But I sort of wipe everything out so I can start new and get it. So at 12:30 to get a new alert. But the first time I had an alert for NMRD was actually at 7:23, early at 10 o'clock. Probably confusing. For instance, if I did this, I'm going to do it. I'm going to clear. See, and now I will start getting alerts, from stocks that meet these filter requirements, as if these were new alerts. Not getting any right now, but I would. What I did here was I said, okay, I want this one to start at 12:30. There's a timer filter that we have, so I had this thing start at 12:30, and I removed one filter. Well, actually, the default is to repeat, Alvis, okay? Virtually all of if you create an alert window, the default is to repeat. So if you right click on an alert window and go to properties, see where it says don't repeat? This is unchecked. That's the default. So you don't have to like program it, okay? But if I check it, then I can pick the time frame. So I can have it not repeat for a minute or 5 minutes, 15, 30, an hour, or for the entire day. Okay? But the default is for that to be unchecked. So there's nothing for you to do. Make sense? So again, maybe I went too quickly. Right click on the alert window, properties, and then don't repeat. Okay, I was actually answering Alvis. Okay, so Alice, did you figure that out? Okay, yeah, so I don't want to hear think. I want it to be for sure. There are only two options. Well, two options. I mean, right click, properties. That's wrong example. Right click, properties. Don't repeat. Every single alert window that you create from scratch will have this unchecked. So it will repeat. In this particular case, I'm looking for stocks making new highs of the day. So every time it makes a new high, it's going to repeat. And again, it's always unchecked. If you don't want it to repeat, then you have to check it, and then you pick a time frame. You might sometimes you can go crazy, you get over and over and over and over again. So you might say, well, okay, don't repeat for a minute or 5 minutes. I just choose to do it for the day because I want to see when was the first alert and what happened after that. That's the principle behind the don't repeat for the day for me. Nobody has to do that, but that's what I like to do. All right, now we have a gap up and reverse for Under Armour, guys. We're seeing this underneath this whole number. A choppy day for it. I'm really interested in shorting this one. Under Armour. U double A, not the UA. The same. I'm sure it's the same. The RMED is strong, as Zach is pointing out. It's showing up here and then base of new highs. Now, coming into potential resistance right there. The next high looking left is what? Is 447. So I mean, right there. Now, if it can break through that, then 471 is possible. Look left on that daily chart. You start to see some resistance there. It's had another interesting day. Look at the bottoming tail. So it was all the way down here to 330. Popped $1. Now, what's the float like? Another one of those crazy low floaters, 2.7 million in the float. What's the float you say? That's the available number of shares to be traded. The lower that number, the lower that number, if a stock is in play for whatever reason, this is what can happen. This is the supply. So if you have high demand for whatever reason, this is what can happen. Okay, Gordon, so you have to create an alert strategy. That's your first step. You have to create some kind of an alert strategy. Save it to the cloud. Okay, that's your first step. Once you've done that, then you go click on here, the strategies tab, and right click and load from cloud. So if you created a strategy, then you'll see it right at the top here, and then load it. So then it'll be added to the list. Okay, now I can't tell you how you're going to create your strategy, but that's what you would do. And then once you're in here, then you have to edit the trading strategy. And you know, again, I can't tell you what you're going to do for your strategy, but you know, have an entry time, you have order details. If you're going to base it on a stop loss, you know, $100, $50, $150, whatever that is. Risk management, what stop are you going to use? Again, I can't tell you what you're going to do. Once you set all this up, then you assign one of your long strategies, right click, and set as default chart long strategy. Okay, let me do that. I'll just see it now. It says it's on. So when I click on buy in the chart, it'll follow this strategy. Okay? So how you're going to create your own strategy and what you're going to do here in the edit trading strategy, that's up to you. But that is the walkthrough, okay? And the same thing goes for the sell. You create a short strategy, and then you assign one of them to the sell button. Okay? Again, I call those advanced topics. Meanwhile, RMD is not obeying me. So right now, it doesn't care about that high right there. And now the next, the next level is up here. Wow. Now it's coming into this level here. This 470. I mean, look, the next level is 5. Hey, if it can crack through 5, who knows now? 2.7 million in the float. I don't see any specific reason for this pop. And I know he meant RMED. Zach is just excited. This is shortable for me too. Actually, it is shortable. But there's got to be some reason, Ija. There's got to be some reason. These things don't just come out of thin air. I mean, otherwise every Amex stock. I mean, why does this Amex stock go? So again, my nagging buddy in YouTube, Ija, he keeps telling me that I don't need to see any news for an Amex stock low float that is moving. It just is. Just one moment, please. Well, why don't you tell me the reason, Ija? Tell me the reason. Don't keep me in suspense. You just want to keep it to yourself? Well, you know what? You were just too. You were too. You weren't fast enough on the RMED. Okay, because there were shorts available. I don't know how many, but there were shorts available. But they've obviously been snapped up. All right, ultra top secret, no problem, Ija. All right, guys. Now this one continues down here. RYAM. This was a great gap down and had a little bit of jog up here. What sort of room does it have now that it's through that whole number? Well, you know what? I'm trying to short this RYAM at 688. They just won't fill me. The bid's there, but I guess there's no action at the ask. And I get a little nervous when that happens. So I'm just going to yank it. All right, UAA inching down. This car is another strong one, another earnings play. See how many earnings plays, guys? And these are what I call second and third tier earnings. Most people don't I'm not saying nobody knows what this is, but people when they talk about earnings plays, they talk about Facebook and Google and Amazon and Microsoft and Apple, all the big guys. Sure, but these to me are the exciting ones. Why? Because they've got some movement. They only release, of course, every 3 months. Typically, the day they release, they've got lots of action. Okay, just a minute, please. Yeah, I harken back to about 3 weeks ago, guys, when there might have been two stocks here in my earnings plays, and look how many there are. I can't even fill it up. Oh, I can fill it up. See that? Okay, guys, sorry about that. I had to wish somebody a happy birthday at Trade Ideas. Car, this is really interesting. Nice move here. Look at the room it's got. This is lots and lots and lots of room. I'm not saying it's getting there. Yeah. Okay. For me in the HNST, I have a very rigid rule. It's probably not going to happen. If it doesn't take this out later on in the day, I don't care about it. I'm not going to try to figure out if it's going to bounce from here. If it takes out the high up here, I might get interested. It's not that far away. It's $2 away, which sounds like a lot, but if it gets some volume, you never know. So Jay, I don't trade IPOs on the day of typically, okay? Just not enough history. But somebody else might have an idea. It just won't be me. Yeah, Marty, I do actually. So I'm going to give you a link to my homepage, okay? Somebody in our YouTube room. I'm going to give you a link to my homepage. And my recommendation is you save the link because there's a lot of information, including all the scans that I have. Okay, so when you click on that link, and that is for Marty, when you click on the link, this is what you'll see. So there's the link. So click on the link, save that link, and this is what you'll see. So a lot of information. A little Cinco de Mayo sale. This is an interesting one. Enter your email. So there's no code. Let me just see here. It might be one of these where you have to enter your email and then they'll send the code. Anyway, sorry. Let me keep going here, guys. So here is the scans. Here are the scans, okay? Click here, and here's my layout that you see, plus all the other individual scans that I have created, some of which you don't see. Okay? And if you're interested in some, pretty good action, then this one here, the gap continuation or reverse, can give you some pretty good action all day long. Not for everybody, because, it requires some chart reading experience and you're getting a few more alerts than maybe you want, but nonetheless, that'll be, of course, up to you and anybody else. It is, thank you. Fiesta 20, okay, thank you very much. I'm always the last to know. So guys, if you do, let me make sure that, I'm sure that works. If you click on my homepage, and click on my homepage, link, and if you want to get 20% off right now instead of the 15%, let me make sure that does work. Let's do this one. And shoot, what did you say? Fiesta 20. Okay, let me just type that in. All in capital letters. Fiesta 20, and the answer is yes. Okay, guys, so you want to get sort of like a flash sale, 20% off right now. And use the code Fiesta20, not my code. So let me put that in. Thank you, Gropel. All right. And remember, it's all in capital letters. All right, guys, let's see what else is happening here. So that was a great alert here. Just, basic new highs and lows, 420 at 115, and it got all the way up to, wow, 491. PSTV, is it rearing its ugly head? This was an ugly one yesterday. Look at this. I mean, it got all the way up to 356, sold all the way down to 240. But volume coming in again. Super exciting and active day, guys. Lots and lots of activity all day long. Meanwhile, Sabre continues down here, guys. I mean, there's no... Maybe the next area is 1179 for support. Maybe. But this has just been a disaster earnings play yesterday. My guess is that... I'm wrong. Look at this. This is really going counter because this is the ETF for the airline industry. There's Jets actually having a decent day. But Sabre, which I think is the big reservation system that a lot of the airlines use. I don't know if it's just American that uses it. I can't remember anymore. Anyway, that's what they're involved in. This is interesting. When I just looked to see if there were shorts available for PSTV, when I first looked, saw it here, there were none. But I guess there's some short covering happening right now because now there are some shorts available at Interactive Brokers. And I get the question a lot, how do I know at Interactive Brokers? If you have IB, just look underneath your order entry. You'll see where it says shortable. You'll see a big green dot. If it's a green dot, it means there are shorts available right now. And if you hover over it, a box should pop up and it'll tell you exactly how many. For instance, there are only 1,000 now. If it's a faded green dot, it means they've all been snapped up and they'd have to look for them for you. All right? And if there's a big red dot, that means nope, no shorts at all. Don't ask. Yeah, the AI did okay. I mean, AI XP was a lot higher than this. The Reggie, this gives you an idea about what happened. ATNX, actually I did this in my video, gave us an opportunity to get back into the trade after it got stopped out. Did very well. It's collapsed now, but Tupperware early on was a great trade. I mean, look what happened. There was the alert, got all the way up here before it pulled back. So it was a pretty good day. Not as good as yesterday, but it was a pretty good day for the AI. Using it as a watch list. I know I flashed that pretty quickly, but if you come in next week, if you're part of the test drive, I'll show it more often. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing this. This is in the options play. Okay, this is the general one. Ooh, look what's happening with HAYW. I know there's a lot of activity now, guys. Tons of activity. And David's T, this is okay. This is an earnings play, of course. David's T, I do not believe is an earnings play. No, they already had earnings. That's right, the 30th. This is kind of a cannabis play. I think they were trying to get into the cannabis business. I think. Yeah, infused teas. That's what I thought. Boy, was I ever wrong about the ESPR. Only wrong in what I thought might happen. I didn't take the trade, but I thought this might really be terrible for it. No support underneath. Earnings play. Release earnings after hours yesterday. Continued down this morning. And I just thought could have been one of those all day shorters. And not. It bounced. Look at the volumes of this. So that volume right there is about half the day. Right there, half the day. No reason for it. And it's not on Amex. It's not on Amex, Ija. Yeah, it's funny. I'd never really heard of that Kathy Woods until fairly recently. Didn't really know what she was all about. I do now, of course, but I don't really get too involved in all the stock gurus out there. When I say involved, in knowing much about them. The only one I was trying to follow was that Chamath because his IPOs, his SPACs were doing fantastically. But like every other, very, 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 to be very, very choosy now on your SPACs. Wow, this was a nice one, guy. Other than that little pull up, again, this is one of the ones. Let's just show you where first alerted as I gap down and continue. So at 774 at 949. Well, there should have been a blue arrow. I don't know why it's not showing up yet, but there we go. So there's the blue arrow. That is telling you now. Well, it doesn't know. I mean, remember now, the blue arrow is just a designation. It's just showing the candle in which the alert happened. It's got nothing to do with the direction. It happens to be up, but nothing to do with the direction. So there was the alert. This got all the way down to around 7 before it pulled up, and then just continued down. If you want to have the same thing, okay, because I mean there's a lot of alerts in here. This is the repeating version. So all you have to do, look at Sabre, guys. All you have to do is take this. If you do want the don't repeat version, just right click on it and duplicate it. And then right click. And go to properties and don't repeat. Check the don't repeat. And if you want it for the day, done. And then just give it another name. Properties, Windows name. Give it another name. That's why I call this DR, don't repeat. Okay? So you can do that yourself if you want to. You don't have to. Because sometimes what happens is you may miss an alert. You may look at this and go, have I missed it all? And then you just go back and say, okay, well actually, it hasn't run that far. I mean, look at this one. Well, not a good example, but you could see one here and think, wow, 12:20. I wonder what it's done since then. Have I missed it? And you could see that, maybe it hasn't moved that much. So there could be an opportunity to get into the trade. Another one that just got hammered. $9.20 closed, almost cut in half. All right, I'll keep an eye on triple U. It's got some room. Look at Sabre, guys. Remember what I was saying? If it can take out the low of yesterday, it might have a shot to keep going down. So far, so good. And there's the next low looking left, 1179. Bit of a paint dryer for me, UAA. I'm waiting to see if I can get into the 70s. Brett, I see your question. RMED and AMS, what was the correlation? IJA has some secret sauce that lets him, well, first of all, these are both Amex. They're a trade on Amex. And he's got some kind of secret sauce that allows him to know that just because when it's on Amex, there is a reason. He won't tell me, but there is a reason for some of these pops. So RMED and AMS, that was the tie. Not that they were, similar companies or anything. It was just that they were both on Amex. And that's why he's saying Triple U is his next Amex play. But he's being very mean-spirited and he wouldn't let tell me his secret. And of course I'm just pulling his leg. All right, give me a moment, please. We do have that Cinco de Mayo flash sale for 20% off. Anybody from Mexico in the room? So Cinco de Mayo sale is a Fiesta 20, all in capital letters. There's the promo code to use. And so if you go to my homepage and just type that in when you go to the So you don't use this promo code. Obviously use Fiesta, all in caps, 20. Click the Get Trade Ideas and pick the plan you want. If you're new to trade ideas, if you don't know, don't take an annual, okay? You can always, listen, you can always start off as monthly, on a monthly basis. You can try us out for a month, take that 20% off. If you decide within a month that you'd like to upgrade, say to premium or to an annual, we'll honor the 20% promo code, okay? So I think this is just what is called a flash sale. I didn't even know we were going to do it. Hey, cool, Isaac. Okay. That's one big city. Shoot, I can't remember the stock I wanted to watch going into the close. Yeah, even this one. I mean, this RHE could, in fact, if it closes well, could run in after hours. If it closes well. Thank you, Jay. I knew somebody would know. NMRD. So let me see what it's doing. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not terrible. I mean, it's a bit of a pullback here. So what I have to do is put an alert up around 978. See if it gets some volume and pops it up through there. Closes well, and that could give us a bit of a trade at the end of the day and maybe into after hours. Well, this gap up and go for BGFV. What a run. Sporting goods. Wow. Yeah, DKS sort of did the same thing. Not surprising. There's a little business kind of where I live. It's not a chain or anything, but they sell equipment. You know, the life cycles, treadmills, etc. They're just swamped. You want to order something, you know, get in line. 2, 3, 4, 5 months. NMRD was early at Siri. I mean, it would have been in the basic new highs and lows. This is the revamped version, but at 8:21. But it was even earlier. I think it was around 7 something this morning. Okay, so it was in the basic new highs. All right, you double A, you almost knocked me out of the trade flat, but I'm still in you. Okay, let's see if you can move down. Yes, okay. Oh boy, I was so close to turfing this at 25.90. I don't expect too much out of it, but and that came from the gap up and reverse, the UAA. I don't know, Sam. The IPO of the day is really is what? I'm assuming you're not going to be. You're not saying it's the honest stock. Not losing sight of it though, guys. I mean, it's not that far away from the high right there, but $1.50 takes out that high later on in the day. Okay, then. Okay, Sam. $2 o'clock. What a fast day so far for me, anyway. All right, guys, I am just kind of taking a look at, okay, tech. 2411 was the alert, or sorry, 2406 was the alert. This has got room. I mean, 2284, 2284. You know, this has got some room, guys. Tech has got room. TECK. I mean, there's the next high looking left is 2393. It is above that. This showed up on the option scanner, 2406. There was the alert at 148, so that's about 3 minutes ago. And it's just breaking out a little bit here. That is tech. And it's, well, what do you mean have I been? I know it's out of Vancouver, my hometown, but I don't follow it. No. Oh, I see. Okay. Boy, this car, mission, on a mission. I mean, again, what could this do tomorrow? Will we have a second day continuation on earnings? I mean, through the 200-day moving average, has some room to maybe that 20 level. Hydra, you are teasing me here on this one. And that's it. All right, guys. Well, it's, you know, not sensational, but it's turning into a nice little short. The UAA. It took a while. They don't all have to be rocket ships. Car. Even located in Carmel, Indiana. It's a big float too, $500 million in the float, 520 million in the float. This has been a Canadian company, been around forever. They even have a location in Peru. This could be interesting. Their elections are, to say the least, very interesting right now. Yeah, Peloton does release tomorrow. Should be interesting to see what happens with them. Still moving down on all the negative news, really. Not really, but Ah, I see. Okay. Initially made a mistake when it refuted the regulator's claims. Okay. So is there not a lock on it, Dreamer? That you could lock it? Oh, there isn't. Ah. Okay. It seems like kind of an. Listen, I never thought about a treadmill being dangerous, but it seems like that is something that should have been easily programmed in. You know, a code, you know, to sort of unlock it so you can use it, and then. Oh, okay. But how does that? Yeah, you should be an off topic, but you know, just in general, how does that differ from any other treadmill out there at a gym or? I mean, I used to use treadmills all the time at the gym, and I mean, how is it any different? I mean, I get the whole idea of the software and you know the group activity and all, but functionally, how is it any different? Because they're up 25, 200. But seriously, you know, there's nothing inherently wrong with that design compared to any other design, is there? Yeah, RHE was on. Yeah, many. You ask this question every day. Yes, RHE was on. Yes. Guys, this is now turning into a great little short for me, this UAA. And I came within a whisker of getting rid of it. Right when it did this. No, right there. I came within a whisker of getting rid of it right there. Because this is basically where I'm in it. You know, 25.90 on the short. And I thought, it's just not. Well, in fact, it was right there. That's right. It was right there. I held on just for a second and boom. How can the rest of you be red? Okay. Give it back. I am neither. I am neither. But it will be fascinating what happens after hours tomorrow with Peloton. You know, guys, you ever have those days where you wake up and you can kind of see the market clearly? Some days it's kind of a fog. Some days it's not. Today was my day of seeing the market the way I wanted to see it, if that makes sense. Good drugs. Just things just seem to be clearer to me, especially in these gap up and downs. You know, I couldn't take every trade, of course. Guys, keep an eye on the NMRD, okay? I'm not just saying to take the trade now. All I'm saying is that keep an eye and see how well it closes. This could be the one that, if it closes well, could have a run after hours. Yeah, the Limitless Pill. I love that show. That was a great movie, and I was upset that they canceled the series. I loved it. There you go, NZT. Yeah. I loved it. I loved that movie. I thought, and again, at the show, I thought it was great. But they didn't listen to me. Right, guys, let's see. So again, I have my alert set up here around 980 for, doesn't mean I'm taking the trade. Understand what I'm trying to do with this NMRD. I'm trying to see if it closes well. You know, in the last 15 minutes or so, closes well. Closing well meaning it's near the high of the day. I don't want to see a massive pullback. So if it closes well, and then, you know, I'll make up my mind if I want to take the trade, in the last 15 minutes. But I'm more interested to see what it does after hours too. Because, why? Look at the room it's got. Look how much room this has. Again, I'm sorry, look at the room it's got. So when you look left on that weekly chart, what do you see? You see a high of 1259. Wow. Look at the daily. Look at the volume today for this one. Actually, I'm surprised. I mean, it's only traded the float about a third of the float. Surprised it's not more. Just means that's where the alert happened. Okay, so you're talking about a 5-minute chart for, well, I have to click on an alert. All the blue arrow means is that when I click on an alert, it'll tell me what candle the alert happened at, okay? That's all it means. So when I click on NMRD from here in the option scanner at 8:21, 12:56, that's where the alert happened. On the 15, here it is on the 5. I'd have to scroll back to show you on the 2. That's all it means. Okay? New guy? Yeah, in theory, sure. mean, I agree with that. Okay, guys, I've covered some of my Under Armour. Yeah, so every time you click on an alert, it has to be an alert window, a Siri or anybody else. I was asked, what do these blue arrows mean? It's just showing you where the alert happened. That's all it is. So you can kind of go back and say, okay, from that alert, what did it do? Vert, haven't seen Vert for a long time. Used to be so active. Yeah, I would disregard it. However, our friend Chris at McKay at Trade Ideas had this theory that you see these bottoming tails and eventually they do fill in. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a theory. Well, you can duke it out with Chris then. At Trade Ideas, he's the one who first brought that to my attention. Well, let's see. Well, why don't we all short it and see if it gets back down to 27? If it gets down to 28.40, I'll probably take the short. And you're right, just very, very, very small, just to see. Wanted to take out the bottom right there and the bottom of the candles, of the bodies of these candles. Well, it's certainly moving. I have a thumbnail. ASO is certainly moving higher. I have a thumbnailed. Got a lot of stocks thumbnailed on my other monitors. Here I have this one. It is almost an all-time high. 33.74 last month was the all-time high for ASO. Oh, I was on mute. Riley, switch over to IB. That's what I did from Questrade. Haven't looked back. 4 years. 4 million shares short, available at IB for VIRT. I'm paying attention, Nigel. Scary stuff. It is spooky, Ija, whatever you're doing. Oh, guys, there it is. I mean, this one just popped up. Where did it disappear to? I wish this were. I wish it were 3:45 right now. Sam, I'm not allowed to say. I cannot tell you what the story is with Triple U. I'm under oath, or I've gone through the secret handshake, and that's all there is to it. So I can't tell you. Look at the float, guys. I mean, 8.8 million in the float. Rallying on those sugar beet sensors. Okay, listen, I cannot tell a lie, Aja. I took a little bit, you know. I did not take, you know, when you told me about it, it was like, yeah, okay, fine. There it goes, though. Okay, I want you to email me at Barry at whoops. There you go. Well, how about doing this? How about doing this? This is just for fun. Look at this. Look at this Triple U, guys. Now, it's probably coming into some resistance right around here. This is what I'm going to do. As crazy as it sounds, I am going to create a new topless window. And I am going to all right, now all right, so these are Amex only stocks. All right. All right, Aja, how about ASM as an example? Just got some stuff to get through, I guess. Okay, I'm going to have to put a minimum volume on this. I know you're going to say don't, but no, I lost sight of it. Well, it hasn't triggered for me. Hasn't triggered, so this has not triggered. This has to get to about 2840. What volume, Ija? Let me just give me that at least. I've got 250,000 right now. I mean, this could just really. I wish. Why not? Why are you not at 945 or 345 right now? I mean, this pops through. I mean, there's the high. Well, it's at the high right now at 995. Sorry, yeah, 995 is the high of the day. I mean, it is right there. Okay, thank you, Ija. That's what I put actually. 200,000. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to do a little stocks like this for the triple U and see what happened. Sorry, I don't know what you mean by an MR. Is that a Boro or what am I waiting for? I'm waiting to see if it can take out 10. I want this is here's my premise, okay? Again, if it closes well meaning as long as it doesn't like pull back or do something stupid like that. If it held up in this area, I'd love for it. It's 2:30 right now. I'd love for it to hold there. It's not going to, but for the next hour or so. Oh, I don't even know what my margin requirement is. I don't know. Sorry. It's never really affected me, so Well, as you first mentioned it, I think it was right around here. Okay, 6.4. So I would look at right here, 6.53, and see what happened. It may not happen. Okay, my trades, I mean, it may not happen. And I'll wait. I'll be very patient. I'm not going to take this trade right now. But again, what I'd like to see it for it to close near the highs, near the end of the day. And then you just, even if I took this trade, like say 5 minutes before the end of the day and it was near the highs, then what I'm doing is watching to see what it does after hours. Now, it may collapse, but that's the risk I take. But the reason I'm doing it is because it has this huge potential room that it could still go. And there are others. I mean, there are others that could do the same sort of thing. PRPO could do the same sort of thing. Closes well, at the end of the day. And, obviously it got up to what, 920 yesterday. You could see, something piling in. I have done more after hours trading in this last, I guess this year than I've done in my entire career as a trader. And that's not to say I'm doing a lot, but 5 or 6 or 7, whereas in 10 years I did none. Stocks like this, are you talking my homepage or the Trade Ideas homepage? This is what I would use, okay? Regardless of what you're trying to find, this is what I would use. Well, this is what I would use. It's not a top list. It's an alert window. Okay? Stocks like this template. Okay, yeah. So you could put you could find anything, just do a history. The trick is right click configure and go to symbols list and then type in the symbol that you're looking for. And then the next thing is you can have as many, these are all the filters, right? So you can as many as you want up here so that you'll see the values. Then you just run a history. You just run a history and you'll see the values of what happened. Now, this is for a new high. Okay, that's the alert. Now, if you wanted a new 5-minute high or use some other alert, I'm always using a new high. But so it's two things. Symbol list, single symbol, type the symbol in that you want to check. And then secondly is what will be your alert. So on the downside, obviously new lows, new high. But I mean, again, this is what I'm using. You can use any alert that you want and see what the values were at various times. So here it is. It's way better than the And the stocks like this that we have from the web page is way better. So for instance, if we did it for triple U, now I run the history on it today. Okay, so this is every time it made a new high, but we're interested. And it may not tell you anything, okay? But we're interested maybe in right here. Okay, there's where, so that was at 130. Actually, I'm wrong. Yeah, probably interested right there at 215. That's on the 5-minute chart. You go all the way down to a 2-minute chart. But, you know, at 215, actually, it must be 223. Yeah, okay, that's the 5-minute chart. Yeah, so it's yeah, that's where it all started right there. And remember, the thing is that yeah, you see, it had to take out that high. So that's why, I mean, you might want to use a 5-minute high as a trigger. Okay, because you're going to miss this move right there, because there was the high of the day back here at 708. So that's why I was wondering, why wouldn't it start triggering at 215? But you can see right there, is when it took out that high of 708. Still not bad. I mean, it went from 709 to 750. So here are all the values that you see. You know, it wasn't a big gap. Wasn't a big gap percent. Relative volume, pretty good, you know. But, you know, that's, and here's the relative volume. Look at the relative volume. Huge percent. So here's, I mean, what I'm doing, what I'm trying to show you guys, not just those who asked me for it, is this is how you kind of build, if you want, how you can build a strategy. Because you may say to yourself, well, how do I find moves like this? You know, I've missed this move, but how do I build a strategy to find maybe a move like this for another for another stock? So that's the whole idea, is if you have enough filters, you can see the filter values that were happening at the time. You know, here's your volume 1 minute. I mean, huge volume. You know, so it's trial and error. I mean, there's no easy way to do this, but you can kind of take a look and construct something and put these filters and the values and put that in an alert window and see what happens the next time you get an alert from a different stock. See if it did kind of the same thing. I mean, that's really the basis behind the AI, if you will. You know, except it looks at, it's got to look at, you know, well, I don't know, millions, but certainly hundreds of thousands of permutations and combinations. Ugh. Can you hear my anguish? Well, guys, it just popped right through 10 like nothing. It got up to 1050. It's pulled back a little bit. We're talking about the NMRD. Oh, yikes. Okay. This is why you got to be so careful. I mean, look at that float. So look what it did. It pulled up and then it pulled right back down. Wow. Scary stuff, guys. That's scary stuff. You know what? It's funny because it was at 9:24 and it was then at 9:20 and I had my finger on the buy button at sorry 10:24. It didn't hit it and then this happened. Yikes. That's why you don't chase. All right, well, that's not encouraging, but I'll put my alert back over 10 again. All right, well, let's see if Vert does it. Got a tight enough stop, I hope, and let's see if it does it. VIRT. I'm in at 21, 28.41. I can put a stop just right around here. Now, do I take my 3 cents and run? Come on, don't do this. If it gets into the mid 40s, I'm out, okay? I'm just going to tell you that. I'm just not going to hang around. Okay, obviously, I'm just going to watch this, guys. Not a low float. Oh man, guys, be awfully careful, okay? This NMRD is incredibly volatile. It's as volatile as you're going to see. 1051 and it flashes down to 932 in a heartbeat. So just be careful. All right. You know what? If you can't have fun trading, I didn't. Did I type it? I didn't type anything. I didn't think. Yeah, I mean it's 28. Obviously, it's. Where did I type? Oh, I did. Oh, okay. I did. Okay, you're probably right. I got to get something right there. Yeah, if it gets into the mid-20s, I'm probably, well, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do. And the answer to your question, Firaz, if I'm pronouncing your, I apologize if I'm not pronouncing your name correctly. Left click on the chart, so Trade Ideas knows you're in this chart. Sorry, guys. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see. Yes, I want to put 28.25. Now I understand. Now I understand. Okay, I'm sorry. Left click on the chart, then press the control key down on your keyboard. Keep it pressed down, okay? And then with your scroll wheel on your mouse, scroll in and out. Okay, so control key press down on your keyboard and the scroll wheel scroll in and out. Okay? You're welcome. So we have two to contend with here. I mean, there's one right there at 28.09. I mean, I'll be pretty happy if it even got down there. Oh my goodness, yes. Well, I'm not in it. Well, congratulations, Zach, who cannot hear me, but congratulations. I may have got into this one again, not again, but for the first time, if I hadn't been in this VIRT, but that's okay. You know what, Riley, you're right. I don't usually see them after hours. I see them pre-market. Pre-market for sure. Riley, you don't know Chris, do you? Okay, all right. Yeah, just go info at trade-ideas.com and ask it's Chris McKay. He's he's the newest addition at Trade Ideas. Oh man, well, I would have liked to have also been in this one, but I just couldn't do it. The NMRD. Oh, sorry, I was thinking that it was saying NMRD. MNR is the next one, guys. MNR. How greedy do I want to be with VIRT? Chris McKay. We have two Chris's. We have a Chris Varley and we have a Chris McKay. Okay, so do Chris M. Ooh, I still have a little piece that I thought I was out, but I'm not. Little piece of this UAA. I thought I got rid of everything here, but I just checking here. Not very much left. That's on the short. Um, how did we see vert in the first place, guys? Any idea? I'm trying to see if I saw it on one of my scans. I can't remember anymore. Or was that you, Riley, that just flat out just said it? That's right. It popped up on your scan. Okay. So yeah, it did not appear in any one of my scans. Yeah, play around with it, my trades. Well, guys, I mean, if this takes out this, this is, it's already taken that out right there, the 28, well, trying to, any 2809. A touchy drop scan. Interesting. Okay, so it captures something like this, and then it pops up. Ah, Chris, you're shameless. This is Chris. Chris, who's now posting in the stocks only, is Chris McKay. Okay, right? Yeah. So Riley, if you go to stocks only, you will see Chris, who is he wants to take credit for it. He doesn't want to give you any credit. Well, can it take out the that whole number 28? We actually had two flashes right down. Okay, we had that 2 minute candle right there at 2809, and then the magic one way down here if it can get there, anywhere close to it. Wow, this one is really. I can. I thought I was completely out of it, but I have a piece left of this UAA, and it is now, I mean, where's the next support area? Maybe down here, 2488. It's funny, I can't remember who, new deal, new speak, new person. You mentioned something about if you won't short, you're leaving half the profits in the market. I mean, I know it's an exaggeration, but I'm at the point right now, I don't care what the market's doing. The market's up. I don't care. Shorting tops. I mean, I'm not reinventing the wheel or anything, but I mean, to me, it's just so much easier. Okay, just a minute. My headset is dying. Wow, it's 2:59 already. Just a minute. Just a minute, please. I'm back. Okay, so there's a little pop now for VIRT. Okay, guys, so I've obviously covered some. Want to see if this holds or can it really take out that 28? Guys, it is, I feel like I could stay on to 8 o'clock tonight. It's 3 o'clock right now. Yeah, PJ, I will chime in on that one. It's a disgrace. We're sort of after hours now. An absolute disgrace. You know, and I followed hockey a long time, and that is a even his posing on the bench. I mean, it's just a disgrace. Anyway, yeah. So the NMRD. Let's just take a look at it. Not dying, quite. Okay, guys, so I'm here obviously a little after 3 o'clock. So what I want to do is just make sure everybody knows that they can take out a subscription for 20% off instead of 15. I just want to pop this in both rooms. Okay, Fiesta 20 is the promo code to use right there, Fiesta 20. So obviously do not use the 15% when you can get 20%, okay? So there's a promo code you can use. Well, Assyria in the morning, it's all work. I mean, there's a lot. But you know what? I think that there's an equal number of trades, interesting trades in the afternoon as there are in the morning. The morning is more exciting because there are a lot more things that are really moving. However, I would argue this, that in the afternoon, things have had a bit of time to set up perhaps also. And then when they move, they can really move too, with maybe a bit better of a setup. So that's why, you know, people ask, well, what's the best time to trade? I mean, for me, it can be all day, but I certainly don't discount towards the end of the day. And I'm not talking power hour. I'm not talking 3 to 4. I'm talking, you know, after lunch, 1 o'clock to 3. Lots of stuff happens. All right, so I just popped that in. Promo code. Okay, guys, so I'm actually going to stick around for a bit longer. I'm not tired. Usually I'm whipped by now, but I'm not that tired. Maybe it's because it's been so exciting. And so here's my homepage, guys. So I've put my homepage into the YouTube room. Here it is right there. There's my homepage tab. If you click on it, this is the link. You can save the link. Lots of information. My homepage. This is what you'll see. Again, don't use that promo code. You get the trade of the week. Sign up for it here. Stock of the day that I've done already. Do one a day, obviously. All the scans I'm sharing. Click here. Here's my layout that you see. Plus individual scans. And, really a lot of wonderful things from the gap continuation or reverse and my option scan today. Lots of good ideas. And the education section right here. 20 lessons in 20 days. Save my link, guys. If you're going to take part of this test drive, please do the 20 lessons. It's not going to take you 20 days. Do it. Do yourself a favor. Don't start. If you're going to take this test drive, I'll put the test drive link in soon. But don't Monday morning, turn on your computer. Now you've got trade ideas. You haven't even used it over the weekend, which you can. Start off with some knowledge of the program before you take the test drive. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Today's the one I attend. It's the Q&A with Dan and Brad, the co-founders, two of the co-founders of Trade Ideas. Educational videos, and the back to basics, new to trading. Start off. What is a stock? Intro to charts, etc. So again, I'm racing through this because there's a lot of information on my homepage. You don't have to absorb it right now. You can save my link, and you can look at all this stuff at your leisure. Yeah, not necessarily a Siri. I mean, you may want to sell. So the question was, for instance, let's just say for argument's sake, you had been long VIRT right here, okay? You thought, I want to go long this one, okay? And you put a stop loss right here at 28.28. And it flashes all the way down through it. You may not get filled. I mean, you may get, let's just say you had 500 shares or 1,000 shares, whatever the number, you may not get filled. I mean, it might flash right through. So you may only get 1 or 2 or 10 or 30 shares filled on the way down. I mean, that's just something that, you can't control. It doesn't happen that often. You get something like that. But yeah, you cannot control anything like that. Okay, the test drive. I took my Limitless pill. That's right. It's true. I feel really alive today. I don't know why. Some days I'm just dragging, but I feel alive. Test drive, guys. So click on the test drive link. And here it is. We don't have free trials, but this is as close as you're going to get. $8.99. For up to 10 days of trading using or having our premium service, okay? Just as if you were a premium subscriber, I say up to 10 days because it starts on the 10th, it ends on the 21st. If you can't start on the 10th, let's say you can only start on the 11th, you'll get 9 days, okay? So it is not 10 days from when you start. I do want to make sure people understand that because we do get the odd email saying, hey, you've ripped me off. I signed up for the 10 days, but you signed up on the 15th. It's not part of the deal. All right. If you sign up right now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You will not get live data until the 10th. However, about 2 hours after the market closes on Friday, this coming Friday, a couple of days from now, you'll have access to the program. So you can play around with it for the balance of Friday, plus Saturday and Sunday. And again, I encourage you to take a look at the 20 lessons. If you are a standard subscriber, you can also partake. We'll upgrade you to the premium service. Costs you the $8.99. Okay. And here's another question that we get all the time. When the test drive is over, it's over. All right, nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from the test drive. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay, so don't worry. We don't automatically enroll you in any subscription. If you do want to take out a subscription, of course, we'll have a nice promo code for you if you do want to take out a subscription. All right, guys. I think that is it. I don't see any other questions. Are there? Well, first of all, are there any questions? If there are, I'll always stick around if there are questions. If not, I will shut the room down. All right. Why I oughta. Well, I actually do know how to do it, Chris. Just a second, please. Just give me a moment, please. Yeah, anyway, no, I've got a website for everybody to use, okay? crystalball.com, and just tell them that I sent you, and they'll show you how you can do that. All right, guys, a little levity to end the day. All right, guys, that's it. That is it for me. So I might see some of you at the 5 o'clock webinar with Dan and Brad. If not, we'll see you tomorrow. I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and thanks for popping in, Chris. And we'll see you tomorrow.